Good morning, everybody. What is up? All right, we're back on the live patch. That versus Kapach. Oh, I'm literally not even logged into the game. Uh-huh. Anyway, I normally put a little bit of cinnamon on my oatmeal in the morning. Unfortunately, the cinnamon bottle looks exactly like the cumin bottle. And so I put cumin on my oatmeal. So let's see how awful this is. Okay, it's honestly not that bad. It's not, like, amazing. It's not that bad. I mean, to be fair, I love cumin, but... you know. Oh, yeah, hello, Raiko. Also, Troll Model Warriors for all three of the Sibs. Nothing different there. Oh yeah, we should probably be on casting audio settings. Also, unfortunately, guys, I had a bug where I just logged onto the game and got every single Steam achievement. Kinda sad. A bug or a feature? I don't know. Anyway, Kapacho's gonna be here to the east in the red as the Civ that's about to be even worse. Now gonna be in the blue as the Koreans to the west. Oh, I freaking love John Swordsman. And doubt lost. To the John Swordsman rush. Rip. It's literally the only thing the Civ can do. All right, Coastal Arena is next. I'm not going to bother to set up the scoreboard because it's 1-1. We already know. It's only one game left. Okay, real talk. The cumin on this oatmeal, it's not something like I would actively do every day. But, like, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's my love of Latin American and Southeast Asian food. Cardamom. I mean, cardamom you put in, like, desserts and stuff. So the oatmeal, which is, I guess, going to naturally be a little bit sweet. Or at least, I mean, I put peanut butter in it, so it's naturally a little bit sweet. It's peanut butter for the protein. I feel like the cardamom would actually make a little more sense. Huh? Huh? Oh, I never got the TTL maps. Skirt. All right, let's try this again. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 3. For all of the marbles, literally 100% of the marbles are located in this game. I think first place... Yeah, first place in the group is on the line right now. Actually, no. Well, Sora's played one more match, so it's not really a fair comparison. But both Doubt and Kapach are undefeated right now. Doubt hasn't dropped a single game until right now. And Kapach has won every series 2-1, so that's still good for Doubt overall. And I think Doubt swept Sora already. No, Doubt swept Z40 and Fire. Okay, yeah, so the Doubt versus Sora match is going to be a big one for sure. Prisma also 4-0. Wow. Cospa's 3-0. Well, that's a pretty weak group, relatively speaking. Distract me? What did I do? The F did I do? The yard. Anyway, where are Muiska, man? I want to see some Muiska on this map. I want to see the rush. I have the whole scenario set up for the Muiska testing, by the way. The Mapuche are done completely. That's ready to go live tomorrow morning. The Muiska should be out Monday. And then the 2P on 2P Tuesday. But I got the Muiska testing scenario all set up. Did that for... It takes like a little over an hour to do all those scenario setup stuff. T-West, yeah, I can. T-West got access as well, so we were gonna stream those, I think, on Monday. So we'll be testing it out in multiplayer. I've already played a couple games. Custom? I don't think it should. Unless it randomly adds in the new assets, which might make things a little bit awkward, because I did notice that the mods all got messed up for, like, the Identical Pine Trees mod, because of all the pretty new South American trees. But yeah, that shouldn't be too big of an issue. Is the strongest so far? I don't think any of them are actually, like, broken. This isn't like a situation where Ketons, I thought, okay, this Civ is clearly way too good at launch. I'm like a little worried for the phosphorus stuff with the Mapuche. I'm a little worried for the clowning with Muiska. And I've heard that the Tupi archers are ridiculous with Liereyy, but I haven't seen that yet. But from my own testing for the Mapuche so far, nothing about the Civ feels especially broken. Like I said, maybe the phosphorus stuff is going to be super good for them, but I don't think it would be like... It's still a food costing unit, so I don't think it's going to be like anything better than what is existing in the game already. Alright, lots of fishing ships out here for Kapach, Bengalis, Armenians. Good matchup. I'm actually worried, like, if anything, like, I'm worried the Muiska unique units are way too expensive. Like, even in just laying them out yesterday. Guys, the Temple Guards, they're a really sick unit. Their stats are amazing. They're also, like, Teutonic Knight cost. So I think the math in terms of efficiencies, oh, hold on, there's a Corgi! But yeah, you get 27 Chompies for 15 Temple cards. That's pretty crazy. And the Getchwas, again, like you get, it's literally double the cost of a skirmisher in total resources. And obviously they're a gold costing unit, but they're very good. Super pop efficient. They're not that slow. They're 0.95 movement speed. But yeah, they're like a little on the slow side. Their damage should be insane, though. And yeah, the Getchwa's 50 wood, 60 gold for a unit with 3 range is pretty icky. The Bolas Riders are surprisingly, like, balanced. I don't think the unit's, like, OP at all. The snare effect is the same as the White Feather Guard. It's only a 15% snare for like 8 seconds. And they're pretty fragile. Like Shanbei Raiders? Not at all. Against Menace, yes, they're good against Cav Archers. They don't clobber Cav Archers. Remember, Cav Archers are better than the Bolas Riders against literally everything except the mounted units, in which Bola Riders are a little bit better. Remember, like in Castle Age, Bolas Riders have 5 attack, and Cav Archers have 6 attack, and the Bolas Riders get 2 bonus damage against Cav. So they literally just have 1 more attack than a Cav Archer. Which is enough to be, like, a little bit better, but it's not as crushing as you probably think it is. Anyway, Alacat with the sub. Thank you so much, Alacat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the Wolf Pack, and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, Wolf, and friends. They do get pretty cheap, though, in the late game, with their unique tech. Butul Mapu. Less HP. They have more HP than a Cav Archer without Bloodlines, but less than Cav Archer with Bloodlines. It's 55 for the Bolas Rider, so Cav Archers have 50 and then 70 with Bloodlines. The Corgi. The Corgi comes in, eats my oatmeal bowl, and then leaves. Uh-oh. Oh, no. We're good. We're good. What was I saying? Yeah, so the slowdown effect, I mean, it's there, but you actually have to micro it because it's on a charge attack. So what happens if you need to use stop micro with the Bolas Riders as opposed to the focus fire micro that you usually use with Cav Archers, so it's a little bit different. And it's only a 15% slowdown. Like, the snare effects in AoE 3 is like a 50% slowdown, and like, that is super painful. It's a little bit of a slowdown. It's certainly noticeable. It allows you to scooch away a little bit better, but remember that the Bolas Riders also have a 1.5 movement speed. So you're faster than a Cav Archer right out the gate, but slower than a Cav Archer with Husbandry. So you're at light Cav without Husbandry movement speed. I think the unit's fine. Spoketh more Otomelos? Yes. Nope, no husbands for the Bolas. And he wants back in again! Oh my goodness! He immediately checks the oatmeal bowl for more oatmeal. He's already eaten all of the oatmeal in it. Or oatmeal remnants in it. On a single unit. That's where you have to use stop micro. So the Bolas will immediately attack the unit closest to them, so that should spread out your damage. Anyway, fire ship's in here for Kapach, and here comes the castle. Doubt's eco is quite good, but this is the issue when going for galleys, right? They require more upgrades. Like so, well, there's peanut butter in it. Dogs love peanut butter. Also, Dash loves carbs. I've never seen a single carb that Dash hasn't absolutely adored. Although rice is his favorite. They didn't with more. Their monks are women. They're priestesses. Therefore, I must surrender. Exactly. My issue is, I think the female, well, the monks that are females, have the same voice lines as a female villager, which is the same as a Gebetto. Which, I don't like that Gebettos have the same voice line as the female villagers. It is annoying. Well, here comes the elephant. Hybrid that just murders Archer and CA. With a no-help, and the replacement being an expensive gold unit from... Well, it also comes from the barracks. So you can... But it is an expensive unit, and I think that the... I mean, their pikemen are awful. No blast furnace pikemen? Ugh. With no fish. When have we ever seen the person who wins water on this map win? Looks like boobs. Sure. There are circles involved. Anyway, now the defense is coming in strong for Doubt. Couple big conversions right there. Sanctity's also going to be in. He's got double fortified churches. He's mining a bunch of stone on his own. And he has that critical fishing ship advantage. Yeah, it's like, what, 40 gold cost per unit? I mean, it's Teutonic Knight cost. Also, I find it really confusing as to what shock infantry are. Like, what is a shock infantry? It's Eagle Warriors and Fire Lancers and Qian Swordsmen and Temple Guards. Those are very different types of units. They're not crazy. They have 1.1 movement speed, I think. Taking down... I mean, there's a lot of content to make Fodler. Well, here comes castle number 2. But Doubt's gonna... Okay, this is kind of interesting. I thought the castle would be literally on his opponent's face. But Doubt, I guess, wants to secure the gold over here? I don't know. Maybe he wants to secure this angle of attack? Rip. Well, I mean, this is getting pretty scary. The Rothas have Bodkin. Doubt only has 5 fishing ships, and so long as Doubt isn't in the Imperial Age, it feels like Kapach can make this work. And, like, this castle just isn't very threatening. Of all the times for Doubt to not go for an aggressive castle, this feels like an odd one. Oh, and look at this. Vills and fishing ships are in trouble over here. Gonna go for some conversions, but... Oh, only 1 conversion there, too. Is Kapach devoted? No. 3rd TC now coming in here for Kapach, and everything's falling apart now for Doubt. Uh-oh. More Vills are going down. Kapach's own eco is not under any threat whatsoever. We got some composite bowmen on the way, but they're still not going to be, like, pound-for-pound efficient versus the Rothas, who have so much more HP. Earn your paycheck? Isn't that annoying? Isn't that annoying? I don't know how long I'm streaming today, though. We will have to see. And hello, Alex Bernal.
Hi.
All right. Castle going to be repositioned a little bit, but... Nope, not at all, actually. Wants to secure that gold with it. Anyway, composite bowman being a bit annoying. I mean, the overall villager counts are similar, as are the resource counts. The army value is, though, is better for Kapach. That said, Doubt has really been adding in more fishing ships, so that is going to be a huge tool for him to keep him afloat in this game, so to say. And there's Imp for Doubt, so if he can survive to Imp, which is a big if. I mean, his TC literally might go down at this point. It's possible. He doesn't have Redemption in. He doesn't have Atonement in. A lot of vills are idle here for doubt as well. Oh, boy. I mean, this is the imp TC. It's also the only TC that's actually standing right now. I don't know if you can save this. 3 mangonels going to town here. No redemption. I don't think ballistics is going to solve a whole lot of your problems. Also, remember, it's literally 3 castles for Kapach. Like, that is going to be tough to bring down. There are 25 Rathas. Okay, there's redemption. That would be huge. Gonna try and find a little bit of a better angle here for the Rathas. Like I said, guys, the 3 mangonels, that's a lot of damage. How about a little more? Uh-oh. 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 Spaghetti Mysterio. Oh, Doughty, Doughty, Doughty. Doubt, doubt, doubt. 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 Doubt, 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 doubt. Doubt, doubt, doubt. Oh my goodness. Big yikes. Got another castle coming in over there. Potch is also not that far away from clicking up too. Now the economies are completely flipped. 95 vills to 29 with 13 fishing ships. Doubt is not going to have any wood income. He's not going to have any income except for a little bit of gold and food. Oof. Well, now we have the Ratha War Galley matchup, which is just ever so exciting. All right, Dowd, are you ready for Imp? Are you ready to destroy all 4 of these castles? I think he's ready, guys. He's only lost 42 villagers to killing 11. Illumination. By the way, guys, I checked real quick last night. It takes Muiska monks with Illumination around 20 seconds to fully regain their faith. Like, we're talking in around a third of the time as a generic monk. Because it stacks their bonus for faster monk faith regeneration stacks with Illumination. Toad, what are you doing, man? What's the minimal conversion time? 4 seconds. No, it used to be 4 seconds. Now it's 6 seconds, I think. I think it's 6 to 10 seconds. And then you can bump it up to like 7 and 9 seconds or something like that with devotion and like, I don't know. Something like that. Or, yeah, 6 like 11 seconds or whatever. I don't know. Continuously as a group? I mean, relatively close to it, yeah. I mean, there's going to be a lot of Wololoing happening with Muiska. This should be a lot of fun. Doubt said a naughty word! He said a naughty word, guys. Oh dear. Anyway, obviously, losing that TC was the nail in the coffin, but Doubt simply did not have enough control here on the land, and I really think that this castle placement was awful. It didn't protect his base, and it didn't apply pressure to his opponent. So it's like, what does it accomplish? And he needed that castle to do work. It's rarely limited to 2 letters. All right. Looks like Daniel versus Classic Pro has started. Here we are. Fail. And that one was, I know, it was like the opposite of a Doubt Castle. Yeah, settlements count for 2 buildings in Dark Age. So you only need 1 settlement to click up. All right, guys, here to the west of the map in the yellow as the better Slavs, it will be Classic Pro. And to the east in the blue as the Slavs themselves, it will be Daniel. No, yeah, settlements are cool. Got no complaints with settlements. All 4 of the civs rather have a settlement bonus to keep it a little bit interesting. Anyway, Classic Pro, farming away. That said, Slavs can at least keep those resources very competitive. Horse collar in for both players. Looks like Classic Pro linked first and built the archery range. Now he's actually building a market as well. Oh, he doesn't have gold access. Ooh, that is unfortunate. Meanwhile, Daniel is just like walling in, 15% of the map. Doubt versus Kapach? No, because I already updated the stream title. Well, Bloodline's coming in, and I'm curious as to what the next step in Daniel's master plan is going to be. No, I haven't. Yes, I have. Daniel versus Classic Pro. On YouTube. Daniel versus Classic Pro. On Tuesday, I have no idea. That's a T90 question. Doubt versus Kapach. Well, that's Twitch's fault. Kapach won. 2-1. Doubt had the most undoubt castle of all time. It wasn't a win you the game or lose you the game castle. It was a castle in the middle of nowhere that just made him lose the game a little bit later. All right, second TC for each player. Siege Workshop coming in. And it's Cav Archer time. Yay. Yeah, I mean, I think the fair thing to do is... it has to be within a whole round. Yeah, exactly. They don't have CA? That's... Well, I mean, they're Bolas riders, but they're not super, they're not super OP. Yeah, not too sure what those scouts are doing right there. We got a couple Scorpions. At the very least, we're not seeing Slav Cav Archers. Nope, Inca still have shot Loddles, as do all the South American civs. And Inca still get their food discount. Qianbei Raiders weren't OP. The Qianbei Raiders are super cheap. Also, they were terrible at launch. They remember, Qianbei Raiders only had 4 attack at launch and were like a genuinely awful unit. Also, their charge attack was bad. Like, they just got buffed like crazy. Third TC coming in here for Classic Pro. And why do I hear a woof? Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm gonna get coffee, guys. In indignation. right. New World subs? Yes. And actually, it's except for the Mapuche because they do have a CA replacement. Alright, anything too wild happened so far? Looks like Classic Pro got 5 Vil kills and is ahead by 1,000 resources, and the power of CA shall not be gainsaid. You do need to not get trapped, though. And Classic Pro's committing, man. At the very least, he's going to find all of these very exposed villagers. Unit accessibility? I mean, like, in theory, Khmer should have elephant archers and not cav archers. I mean, they had horses in Southeast Asia, for sure. But as far south as frickin' Cambodia and modern-day Thailand, where exactly, like, historical Cambodia ends and historical Thailand begins is a very, very murky and complicated geopolitical question and historical question. Moral of the story is not a ton of horses that far south. Mostly foot soldiers and elephants. Poison damage stacking is broken. I haven't tested it yet. I mean, I hear it's broken, but I can't confirm it. Of good foot soldiers and elephants. It's funny because Burmese are gonna would have the best cavalry, right? Because of being adjacent to India. Same with Vietnamese, also having decent cavalry with being adjacent to China. But not like the horsey part of China, to be fair. Across Southeast Asia, this was actually the French's fault this time. You know, if it's not the Brits' fault, then it's probably the French. All right, we got plenty of knights here for Daniel. I don't know about this, guys. 20 dead villagers and the cav archers escaped. These cav archers needed to die, I think, for it to be even remotely okay for Daniel. Say, I'm sorry, guys. It's Le French. It's the Spanish or the Dutch. And in that one very, very bad instance, the Belgians. And maybe the Americans sometimes. We can't escape all the blame as well. Daniel, don't, like, do that. Anyway, Imp is coming in. And there's the classic early Daniel GG. Honestly, guys, it was fine going into Castle Age, but there is a reason the Cav Archer meta exists, and this is the reason. It gives you such a strong offensive attacking unit. Although, ironically, aren't Khmer and Slav Cav Archers the same in Castle Age? It's just, you know, the Khmer ones transition better into Imp because you get Bracer. Get a mostly free pass. You still laid the groundwork in Rwanda for the genocide. All right. Mostly, yeah. You thought you were Magyars as a classic strat. Yeah, like back when those were the only two civs to have the Eastern European architecture set. I know, I'm sorry. Saint Kundas. Or Stkndas. As genocides to hide, they really do. Actually, let me see who's on which side of the draft first. That would be a good idea. Guys, guess what map we have? Guess what map we have? I'll give you one guess. I think I went on Truth Social. Oh no. It is High Tides. Oh, it was the first pick versus last pick. I mean, Slavs are a bit of a weird pick these days. Alright, let's get this updated. I have. I've hosted many tournaments, several tournaments. We did World Desert Championship. We did Valhalla. Did something else too. I don't remember, man. Now, we have had good games. Oh yeah, we also did RMS Cup. Yeah, so I've done 3 tournaments. I know I was forgetting something somewhere. Alright, there we go. Hello, Chupta. Alright, Daniel, gonna be here in the blue as the shoe. The blue shoe is on the other foot. OBNC. OBNC will only live on in our hearts. Attack, you playing Feudal Scouts, rip. Yeah, I feel like people either just don't know or like forget that like I've been around a long time. I've done this Age of Empires casting thing for a very long time. OBNC was Ornlu's big Nomad Cup. A fever dream little tournament. First tournament I ever attempted hosting. Outer Banks, North Carolina? Not quite. It was all 4v4 Nomad with random civs. Yep, Mamadou. Mamadou is when one of the players didn't show up, and so the other team said, you can use an easy AI instead. And so the Malian AI, easy AI Mamadou, participated. Reddit alignment grid? No, is that like a new post? Which one am I? I don't even know what Reddit alignment I am. I don't see it. Oh, someone posted my Chompy Warrior video. I like that. Hyper energetic, that's me. 1 year ago, a bit longer? Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's just you, Nightmare Razor, but I think that... I don't know. I mean, I've been pretty small for most of my existence. I could share true neutral with T West, yeah. What makes a man turn neutral? Toil? Always being the biggest caster of the small casters. Now I don't even have that anymore. Now that's T West. I have nothing anymore. Alright, barracks coming in. Daniel looking ready to click up. Of course, there was all that laming chicanery. And that's actually 3 militia here for Classic Pro. That's not a messing around number of militia. Oh, the big casters? Ah, yes. Your ad powers. Of what makes a big caster. Alright, militia are on their way. We still have this villager forward here from Daniel. He's slightly behind in resources, though. Despite all the laming shenanigans. Although I'm sure the Classic Pro has a lead in wood collected, which you don't really want. Yep. MSC? What is MSC? MS Copilot? Munich Security Conference? Ah! Yeah, is security super tight because everyone's in town? Yes, Madison Square Carden. Madison Square Cardigan. Alright, tower incoming. DBA as well here. I mean, Classic Pro guy still hasn't clicked up, which is why I was a little dubious about the huge investment. Also, this is a thing that's happening. This is, as the kids say, a thing. Yeah, Rubio is a pretty, I mean, he's just like the most milquetoast yes man possible. Weird that he was pretty close to getting the presidential nomination. I mean, I don't see how you're doing this without clicking up to Feudal Age, guy. I mean, you're clicking up to Feudal Age in just a second, but, like, it's so long. Archery range coming in. And I'm just like, yeah, sure, these militia are a little bit annoying, but it's not like they're doing catastrophic damage. And this is a lot of idle time and inefficiency that's caused over here. Nomination in, what, 2016? He was, after, what was it, Jeb dropped out, Rubio was seen as, like, the safe establishment Republican choice. But then Trump, you know, ran away with it. Between these two players, they're pretty close. Pretty close. The second choice? Yeah, Rubio was the third choice. Uh-oh. Well, this could be the sort of damage that Classic Pro wants. Gets a Vil right there. Some downhill hits. Rant from Trump? Oh, my goodness. I mean, that's when you know the bar is just getting lower and lower, Majike. Alright. More ranges incoming. Yeah, made it to Feudal Age. And these militia, it was a little bit later than you probably expected, but they still got a couple Vil kills. In that order? Yeah, something like that. Should move out of Florida? I don't live in Florida. I live in Illinois. T90 lives in Florida. And I'm thinking of moving out that way. Oh, talk about one spires. Oh, my bad, my bad. And everyone clapped. What a world that would have been. But honestly, a lot of the destructive policies would have been fairly similar. Archery range number 2 coming in here for Daniel. I mean, it's obviously a very, very messy game, but the archer's there with at the back. Fletching is in. Padded archer armor's in. In the past week? Oh, geez. Well, Aussies, I mean, I've only learned a little bit about Aussie politics from talking to Turkmen in the past, but it's like, it's an absolute clown show over there. Way more than I thought it was. No, Australia projects this, like, you know, chill, relaxed, you know, competent demeanor to the world, and it's like, it's all just a complete mess. It is a clown show where I guess you can never escape the clown show. Yep. Yep, UK is also a joke right now. Canada almost became a complete joke, but then Trump got elected and went all anti-Canada, and then the reasonable guy won. What's Turkmen? Turkmen is still the Forgotten Empire's community manager. So the guy who did all those pretty screenshots, that's Turkmen. He is low-key very, very good at making pretty things in the scenario editor. New PM? Yeah. Whether he allegedly soiled himself at a McDonald's, exactly. Where for parliamentary elections, our right wing has a right wing. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it seems like every country is now, like, you have the old school conservatives, the old school liberals, and then, like, a small faction of progressives, and then, like, the freaking neo-Nazis that are cropping up all over the world. Waffle House where it's expected. Spoken like a true southerner there, Majag. Hey, Waffle House is a sacred hallow. So he's not scared of germs in Virginia? Didn't you just get a new governor who seemed like relatively competent? US? Well, because America's still the most powerful country in the world. Oh, you mean lovely RFK. Yes. Straight up communists as well? True. Not that it would be very good at all if the communists were also in power, but, you know. I don't think communism is very popular these days. Sharing is dumb. Ernest left. Yeah, that's also true. The nostalgic ones? Since when would Italy have nostalgia for communism? But dictators? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, we sort of had some communist-adjacent countries here in the Western Hemisphere, like Venezuela. Like Bolivia. Nicaragua was for a while, then they became like super right-wing. But then it's like the difference of, okay, you have authoritarians, and what's the difference between a left-wing authoritarian and a right-wing authoritarian? And it's like, well, not that much. Give aid to the opposition, yeah. And classic Daniel tap out right there. He's not fully walled. Elite skirmers coming in. Well, yeah, I know, and that's like, it was surprising to me how weirdly popular communism was in Italy relative to all the other Western European countries. All right, so that's 2-0 Classic Pro. Outsiders and Jews, yep. All right, High Tides is the final map. That was the Koreans over the Shu, and so probably be Japanese versus Bengalis or Malians. Oh, interesting. The socialists, yeah. Shot themselves in the foot. That's what the left tends to do. Idea was pretty wild. But it's like, you have these... It's the difference between, like, again, like the left-leaning liberals who want all that stuff and democracy, and then the authoritarian left-leaning ones who want, like, you know, the Soviet Union. With the foot twice just to make sure, yeah. Anyway, Classic Pro, doing very well so far, is going to be the yellow Malians here to the west, and to the east in the blue as the Burgundians, it will be Daniel. Probably going to be going for some Flemish militia stuff. I was kind of surprised at first, especially picking them over Japanese, but I guess the Flemish militia are pretty silly. Also remember that Classic Pro is now at he'll be 3-1 with a 7-4 record. Whereas Daniel is actually at a 5-6 record and 1-3. So Daniel's chances of staying in gold are actually pretty bad right now. Well, actually, I mean, Stoneplease and Duduji are doing even worse, but it does feel like Daniel does need at least to take this game. We'll end up in World War III, yeah. So fun, so fun. Dang, when did T-West start this morning? Oh, he started hours ago. I mean, I know he's East Coast, but still, that is early, man. I mean, he started at 6 a.m. my time. Sigma male grandson. I mean, T-West is actively trying to, you know, grow his channel and be a profitable full-time streamer. I'm just kind of in cruise control until I get more traditional employment. T90's on? Yeah, no, I'm not going to be either. It's just not worth it. Although T90 did ask me yesterday if I wanted to cast some TTL with him, so I'll certainly be doing that, because I have fun with that. Into facial hair, the right wings with fatty top hair. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it for like anyone else to be casting when T90's casting TTL. Like everyone else does really poorly relative to themselves. Anyway, bonjour. Look at that. No double bit axe even coming in early for Daniel. It's just all about the Flemish militia, man. All about that phlegm mill life. Cast Grubby. We want to go from my, like, 100 viewers down to 20 viewers. Is Grubby actually streaming right now? Nope. Such as 20k, that would be something. Is T90's tournament? I mean, for sure. I mean, it makes sense. I'm just saying how things are, not saying it should be anything else necessarily. But hopefully for T90's sake, that I think the new civs are going to be not broken. And knowing T90, he is getting extremely stressed about it. I am absolutely sure that he is very, very stressed out about that. But I think it'll be okay. Anyway, Feudal Age on the way. Water rework? That's true. T90 probably has more to be concerned about a water rework. Ladder after TTL? Is this the last series before Plat starts? And switch to AoE 3 and AoE 4? I mean, I literally tried doing some AoE 4 content at AoE 4's launch. I was getting nothing. Like, literally nothing. But yeah, I'll certainly be doing stuff when the new civs come out. Like Islands, I actually thought the water changes were at their best on a map like Islands, because the late game water triangle I do think was slightly improved with the changes. I think the biggest issue was hybrid maps, where it's just the clink, 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 clink from the hulks constantly. So like a map like this is just all hulks all the time. Anyway, great scouting here from Classic Pro. Only streamers I watch are me and T90. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that there's always going to be overlap. I mean, there are people who only watch, like, one or maybe two people in AoE, but generally speaking, there's a fair bit of overlap. Especially with us smaller folks. The small pawns? I mean, that would be my argument. Remember, next patch, Flemish Militia are getting only 40 HP. By the way, I didn't mention, I think the next patch is fantastic. It's like almost all nerfs, which is exactly what AoE needs. I mean, there is stuff that needs buffs for sure, but if something in AoE is a little underpowered, then you just don't see it very often. And it's not like it's not in your face most of the time. Whereas if something is too good, it's really in your face. I also don't know if the buffs are going to be enough, but I do think that at least we are going in the right direction. Ah, this is the Daniel we all know and love. Yeah, that was the one I'm a little unsure about, is buffing missionaries like that. Well, guys, that is very not good for Daniel and his overall chances of getting out of the group. To not make donkeys? I don't think so. I know I want to try Spanish on Arena. All right, guys. So what I think I'll do now, potential to be a quick set. Are you free for Repard versus Barles today? Let's find out. When is Repard versus Barles? Why am I so bad at finding the thing that I need to be found? No, I'm not busy. Yes, because me having to grind out these videos, not busy at all. Is that? All right, so we'll cast with T90 today, Barles versus Repard. That one is ostensibly going to be the second set today. Cannibalize viewership for early vids. So it's a well, I only did 2 a day on the very first day. It's gonna be 1 a day from here on out. So what I'm gonna do, guys, this is the plan. Today we've gotten the patch notes and the DLC announcement done, which I thought might as well be combined into one video, and I think that was a perfectly fine idea. We've gotten both of the regional units done. I don't care as much about the catapult galleon, so I'm not going to do that until later. Tomorrow is going to be the Mapuche. Tuesday is going to be... Or, no, tomorrow's going to be the Mapuche. Monday's going to be the Muiska. Tuesday, which is launch day, is going to be the 2P. Then I'm going to have a special video that I am very excited to give you guys. That should probably I'll have on Wednesday. That one's gonna be good. I hope. Catapult guides, comparing them to the other ships, I think is fair. Let's see. And then I can start the campaigns. That's right. So, like, probably I won't start the campaigns until around Thursday. Do you want a rework video? Yeah, there's plenty of stuff I can do. All right, so here's the deal, guys. What would you like? Since I evidently am going to be casting with T90 today, would you like me until Platinum, which is in like an hour? Would you like me to cast Ladder, or would you like me to do my Muiska overview and testing? Because I have the scenario all set up now. I have a feeling it's probably going to be the Muiska testing. Pachacudi. I actually don't even know if I can play Pachacudi. They didn't specify. Like they said, you can only play the first scenario of the new campaigns. And then this is what they always do. They never say anything about what about the the reworked campaigns. All right, so first is going to be Dragon Star. A them problem? Yeah. In 1 hour? I'm casting the second set with T90. And I have applied to be a balance tester for Forgotten Empires, but they hired Alice instead, which I think is honestly fair. I don't know how to code at all, so I'm not really a good dev candidate. Yeah, it's Dragonstar versus Vivi. All right, guys, let me just get all this set up. Creator preview. As a dev sounds scary. Uh-huh. Intern? I don't know. You know what's funny, guys? I have tech literacy as one of my strengths on my resume. Oh, hey, T West, thanks for the raid, man. What to in next? Yeah. Hope you're doing well, man. Saw you were up early. On YouTube? Oh, I constantly forget how that all works. Let's see. Vivi is from China. And what we're gonna do, guys, lovely T Westites, is we are now switching patch, and we are gonna do the Muiska testing live on stream. And so I've got that scenario all set up. And then we will be casting TTL in a little bit, in like an hour. And then we're casting the second set with T90. So that's the agenda. All right, we are here on the new DLC. Scoobity-doobity-doop. All right. So I was doing this last night. I think we got everything set up. I think we did. I think we have all the bonuses covered. YouTube, I'm not even live on YouTube yet. 4 to 5 hours? Oof. Thanks, Nightmare Razor. Muiska are a yellow civ, man. They're literally the Eldorado civ. I always put Muiska in yellow. Recording another deep dive video. I am going to, but I haven't started yet. We might not have time for all of it anyway. The first recording was like an hour and 15 minutes. Weird water? It's weeds water. Mapuche are red. Won't be of any use? No, I don't want that to be taken up. Oh yeah, I need to grab this. Yeah, Incas are cyan. To me, all of the American civs have to be a different color. They have Tupi as green in the campaign, but like Aztecs are green. Can't just have them both be green. That is unacceptable. Get a Mayan campaign? One day. A little ism. Alright, let's get all this stuff moving. so everything can look all nice. And I will be recording for YouTube in 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everybody, to another Civilization deep dive for the upcoming DLC for AoE 2, The Last Chieftains. This one is going to be all about the Muiska. Yesterday, I covered the Mapuche, and then tomorrow we'll finish up with the Tupi, so that all of the Civilization deep dives will be done by the time that the DLC goes live. So I'm looking forward to this one a lot. I actually really enjoy making these videos. This one's going to be a little bit different because I'm recording at least part of it live on Twitch because we had some time to kill before T90 Titans League, so this is going to be a little bit different. I might occasionally answer some things in chat, but we will have to see. Guys, the chat's not on screen, so you don't need to worry about that. The YouTube people don't need to see all of your silliness. But guys, this video is going to be all about the Muiska, so if you are excited for this, be sure to leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel because we have so much content for The Last Chieftains coming up. And let's go ahead and get into this Civ. Didn't embarrass you? Yeah, for sure. Alright, so just like with the Mapuche, we are going to start with the Civ bonuses. So, in-game, the Muiska are classified as an archer and monk civilization. That definitely is quite accurate. But beyond that, Muiska are definitely sort of the South American Aztecs. They have a lot of gold units, they have gold bonuses, and their units tend to be quite expensive and powerful. So first up is really reinforcing that gold identity, with advancing to the next age costs minus 50% gold. Very straightforward bonus, but I will be testing and showing you guys how all of these bonuses and unique units and stuff works as, over the course of the video. Their next bonus is that settlements cost minus 25% and heal nearby units. So this bonus is certainly quite helpful. It is your early game eco bonus. You do save at least a decent bit of wood. You save, what, 31 wood on your settlements. And the healing effect, I was kind of worried it would be overpowered in villager fighting, and it might be. But as you can see, it's still fairly limited in its utility. It's decent, though, for sure. Then you have your main military bonus, which is Chompy Warriors and archery range units gain increasing armor, which is just melee armor throughout the game. This bonus is just a good, solid all-around bonus. We've already tested it in the Chompy Warrior and Slinger videos. It's also helpful for the skirmishers, but keep in mind that your melee units miss Blast Furnace, and your ranged units miss the final armor upgrade. So there is still going to be a bit of a dynamic where your units are tankier on the melee front, but not as much on the pierce armor front with your archers, and then you miss out on some attack with your melee units. Their next Civ bonus is that monks regain faith 50% faster. This is a really sick bonus, and normally the monk recharge time is 62 seconds, but as you can see with the Muiska, you can get that down to the 20s in terms of seconds. It is a crazy good bonus. And then your final Civ bonus is just a nice little market trade bonus. Caravan and guilds are free, so that's just a nice little boost in both team games and in late game 1v1. Your team bonus is a very good one. I know people are excited and or scared about this one. It is that natural gold resources last 15% longer. This is the exact same as the Mayan longer lasting resource bonus, but only applying to natural gold sources. So they'll show you what exactly that means in a little bit. And then for your unique units and for your unique techs, I will show those off in detail, but you have the Getcho Warrior, which is a very powerful skirmisher, and the Temple Guard, which is a very powerful infantry. Your unique techs are your Archer and Chompies move faster, which I will show off and how that all works out. And then your Imperial Age unique tech is also pretty straightforward. Slingers get extra range and fire faster. So those are the Civ bonuses, guys. Definitely leaning into a lot of those expensive gold units, monks, archers, and lots of powerful options that are expensive. So now let's check out the tech tree. Doobie-doop. But yeah, guys, I actually made this, I made this all myself. I make all my little vignettes myself. I think it looks nice. Oh yeah, I meant to put myself in Castle Age. Oh no. Oh no, it was supposed to be in Castle Age, guys. SMH. Alright, let's get into the tech tree. Will do. I'm editing it. Don't worry, this is all getting edited out. All right, guys, here is the Muiska tech tree. I did cover this already in an earlier video, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but like with the Mapuche, I want everything that has to do with the Muiska all contained within one video, so you guys don't have to like keep bouncing back and forth and searching around. So, starting here actually with the blacksmith, I prefer to do that. And look at this, guys. This is actually technically the worst blacksmith in all of Age of Empires. You only have 2 Imperial Age blacksmith techs, which used to be the Celts thing, but now it is going to be the Muiska instead. You only have plate mail armor and bracer. So like I said, missing blast furnace and ring archer armor. It definitely does hurt and is one of the ways that Muiska are balanced in the late game. So with that in mind, let's go to the archery range here. You do have, a very good archers. This is an archer civ. So you get extra melee armor on all 3 of these unit lines. But missing that last archer armor upgrade does mean you only end up with 2 pierce armor, which isn't much. It's really not. So your archers can be pretty vulnerable to ranged units in the late game. Your skirmishers are a little bit more vulnerable to ranged units in the late game. Slingers as well. Do not have to. There are several civs that miss 3. Or there are several civs that miss 2 Imperial Age blacksmith techs, but no civ only has 2. Except the Muiska now. Used to be the Celts. Anyway, the archers, definitely a core strength of the civilization still overall. Extra melee armor and movement speed is nice. Note that this bonus for extra melee armor is exclusively for units that have no base melee armor. So you're getting extra armor on units that just don't have any to begin with. For your infantry, your chompy warriors are still very good. The faster movement speed makes them actually the 2nd fastest infantry after fully upgraded elite eagle warriors. They're actually a little bit faster than woad raiders, which is quite nice, but you do miss blast furnace, remember. So you're missing at least a fair bit of attack. You don't have halb. And your pikemen are actually awful because they don't have blast furnace either. This I'm a little concerned about for the civ, because all of the other American civs, both, the Meso civs and the South American civs, all of the other ones have halb. Except Aztecs. But Aztecs at least have very good pikemen with Garland Wars and the faster train speed. So Muiska are the only other one to miss halb, and their pikemen are really bad. So I feel like heavy cavalry in the late game really could be an issue for this civ. Yes, they have good monks, but Aztecs also have a bit of a weakness to a ton of heavy cav in the late game because monks are they're just not quite viable once you get to like a full post-imp, at least not in large numbers. And yes, they don't have arson, which is kind of weird. Actually, is that sometimes it's a tech tree bug. Okay, no, they actually do miss arson. In the past, there were civs that, they say they got arson, or they didn't have arson, but they did have arson. No, Muiska actually miss arson, and I have no idea why. Actually, no, it's probably for the Temple Guard, which is something that we need to talk about here for the barracks. This is a really powerful unit. I'll go into more detail on this guy later in its own section, but basically it's a kind of anti-cavalry, anti-building unit that gets a faster attack speed the longer it's in combat. It's really, really strong, it's really expensive, but it's not exactly a one-to-one replacement for the halb, which is obviously a trash unit. Siege is an interesting strength of the civ. You do have siege engineers. So you got fully upgraded siege auditors with longer lasting gold, which is quite helpful. And no siege ram is a bit of a bummer, but you do have everything else available to you. So you got the heavy scorpion, no bombard cannon, obviously. But yeah, fully upgraded heavy scorpions and siege auditors are both going to be very powerful units. And this is going to help Muiska a lot on Black Forest. And I think that you can actually reasonably play these guys as a BF pocket because they do have a lot of very strong units. Going to the Navy now, none of the civs in the DLC have a good Navy. You miss a lot of these upgrades. You can see no shipwright, Carvel hull, which is faster movement speed, neither of the fire ship upgrades. I mean, you have galleons with bracer, you have Carax, but you don't have the last attack upgrade, no demo ships. Yeah. Moral of the story, guys, these are not really water civs, none of them. Defense is not, like, that great. You have keeps, but no arrow slits. You have no fortified wall, as none of the South American civs other than Inca's really built with a ton of stone. I mean, it's not terribly exciting. You have masonry, and you have hoardings, which is, like, okay, but not really the best. You do have a settlement bonus to help heal your nearby units, but I'll show you exactly how that works in a little bit. I mean, it's, like, average defenses. Yeah, your Getcho Warriors, very, very strong unit, but also very expensive. Again, they'll have their own section. Now, of course, the monastery is a huge strength of the civilization. You have a great clown bonus with the aging up costing less gold. And you have the longer lasting gold resources, and your monks regain faith faster. And you can train your temple guards here at the monastery, which is quite nice. Although, again, they are still very expensive. And of course, everything else is available to the civ. So like Aztecs, you have the full monastery tech tree. And then your eco upgrades are also very good. So there aren't actually that many civs in the game that have literally every eco upgrade available, but Muiska are going to be one of them. So it's just a nice little boost for your eco throughout the game. And of course, you do get caravan and guilds for free. So that's going to be the Muiska tech tree, guys. You have a lot of powerful options, but you also miss some very common and important techs and units. So let's now go ahead and see how those bonuses play out. All right, let's restart the scenario here. Alright guys, so the very first civ bonus here for the Muiska is the cheaper age up on the gold cost. It's a very straightforward bonus. It doesn't matter at all for getting to feudal age because feudal age does not cost any gold. But as you can see here, clicking up to castle age is 800 food and 100 gold. Now this is actually a very important number because remember on standard settings you start with 100 gold. So that means you can go for a fast castle and not have to mine any gold to get there. So this is going to let the civ get some really nice fast castle times, especially because of the bonus that we'll get to in a second, as well with the cheaper settlements. So this civ's ability on fast castle maps to go up quickly and apply pressure is very, very powerful. With Imperial Age as well, also saving 400 gold is a pretty nice bonus. You're spending a lot of gold with this civ most likely, so being able to save it when trying to click up to the Imperial Age is quite helpful. However, keep in mind that when it comes to going for a fast Imperial, usually the prohibitive resource is food and not gold. So one of the reasons that the Byzantines have that really strong fast imp is because you save 300 plus food. So it's not as good if you're going for a fast imp. I mean, it's still useful, right? You're saving resources. But generally speaking, this is just going to be like a good, you're spending a lot of gold in the mid game, so you don't have to save up as much if you also want to get to the Imperial Age. Is this the new Phosphorus Civ? I don't think so. It'll be good. Like I was saying, for clowning, it's going to be good, but it's not like the fast castle bonus where you can get some really good fast castle times. It's more of, okay, you're applying castle age pressure, but you still need to save 1,000 food, which is quite hard when you're going aggressive because usually your food eco is not very good. Those can be the age up bonus, guys. Certainly very helpful. Nice timing bonus. I think it's a very interesting bonus, but it is still somewhat limited in its applicability. Don't they have a power unit? Yes. Muiska have power units for sure. They got power units up the wazoo. Alright, I need to put myself in the Dark Age. With Muiska? It could be. I know I'd want to try it. Yeah, Muiska are not going to struggle for power units, as I'll show you guys in a little bit. Alright guys, the next Civ bonus is that settlements are cheaper and heal nearby units. This bonus is actually easier shown if I turn on the grid and the aura indicators, so we're going to go ahead and do that real quick. But this bonus, the first application is very straightforward. Settlements are normally 125 wood, yours are 94, so you save 31 resources. And because you need to build a bunch of settlements throughout the game, as it is all of your drop-off sites, this is just a nice bit of savings. It's not quite as good as the Japanese bonus, but still a very nice, solid early game boost especially. What about that healing? A lot of people are worried when it comes to villager rushing with this Civ. And my hotkeys got reset for some reason, whatever. But this is how it works. So you can see here, it has a radius of 3 tiles, so it's a pretty darn short healing radius. It also has its healing effects staggered throughout the game. So you can see right here, shows you that, it's called Confederation, heals nearby units. It's only 5 HP a minute in the Dark Age, so it is very, very slow healing in the Dark Age. Also note that I add siege units and ships here. You can only heal living units. None of this, healing the wood of siege weapons and ships. So that doesn't work, but it does work for all human units. Note, however, that this does increase throughout the game. So you can see now that we are in the Feudal Age, it is going to be 10 HP for a second, so it's still going to be getting a little bit better at that point. The radius does not increase, though. For Castle Age, it is 15 hit points a minute, so again, we're getting there, but for reference, guys, Berserks have 40 HP a minute healing, so it's not even close. And then in Imperial Age, you go all the way up to 15 hit points a minute. If you stack them, you can see it does not stack. That's a good question. No, it does not stack. You can only heal once at a time. It's not like you have villagers surrounded by settlements and they're invincible. That would be pretty funny, but no, that's not how that works. But guys, that is going to be the healing and discount bonus here for the Muiska. Oh no, we want that one on, we want that one off. Yeah, the 2P Wonder is beautiful, man. Love it, love it, love it. Same healing in Castle and M? Yeah, it's 5, 10, 15, 15. Yeah, sorry. I should have made that more clear. So it caps out at 15 healing a minute. So something to keep in mind for sure. Before we go on to the next bonus, I am going to get some coffee. Oh yeah, that's the armor bonus. Yes, we are getting new campaigns. All right, one sec, guys. Am I AFK? No, I was just sitting and staring into the void. You know. Are we there? Okay, there we go. I don't know why the mic just disconnected for some reason. Anyway, yeah, for those who missed it, we are currently doing the testing for the Muiska video. I think, like I said, will be on Monday with all of the bells and whistles and all that stuff. I will also have it available on Patreon earlier, as I already have the Mapuche video up there. Anyway, let's keep going. All right, so the next bonus for the Civ is the increasing melee armor on units, specific military units. So this bonus is very straightforward, but I still kind of want to show it off to you guys. So in the Dark Age, it doesn't do anything, as one might expect. But going up to the Feudal Age here, you can see that right off the bat, your Chompy Scouts, which is, again, your Scout Infantry hybrid, they get 1 melee armor for free, so that's already going to make them a lot more annoying at sniping enemy villagers. Applying to the Chompy runners as well, getting that 1 extra melee armor in early Feudal Age is going to make the Muiska rush in that regard pretty solid. So I do think this is actually one of sort of the low-key, most important applications of this bonus. For your skirmishers and archers, I mean, it's nice, but remember Italians and Koreans get basically a better version of this. So I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. 1 max extra melee armor, though, is something that you are not going to complain about. Getting to the Castle Age, you now get +2 melee armor. So, I mean, it's getting pretty decent. Remember that the Chompy Warriors, again, 0 melee armor. None of these units actually have any base melee armor, but still less than a swordsman. So it's not, like, insane, but it is nice to have for sure. Same here for your skirmishers and your crossbowmen. It's a nice bonus, but these units have such low base HP anyway that it's mostly going to be impacting against low attack units like the Scout Line or Camels or Eagle Warriors. So definitely, those are the sorts of things that are going to matter. Knights and Swordsmen, they typically just have a high enough base attack that the extra melee armor on a low HP unit isn't as impactful. Slingers as well, we already tested that out in the Slinger video. It's nice to have, but nothing that is like really breaking anyone's mind. Then in the Imperial Age, you are now at +3 melee armor, which is nice. And if I just get all the blacksmith upgrades here as well, just to show you guys what full upgrades looks like, this is what I was talking about in the tech tree. 5 melee armor, but only 2 pierce armor. It's nice, but it's not crazy. Remember that Italians end up with 4 melee armor for their arbs, and they also have 5 pierce armor. So 5 melee armor on all of these units, or except the Chompies, you get 6. It's good. It's fine. It's not. It's not insane. It's going to help them a lot versus the Scout Line, for sure. But against most other units, like in the late game, they typically just have very high attack. It's a solid military boost, for sure, and certainly one that is like distinct for the Civ, but it's also going to be a distinct weakness due to the overall lack of pierce armor on all of these ranged units. And then you're very well armored here for your Chompies, and they also move really fast with the unique tech. But they still have very low base attack. 13 base attack is less than a champion with 0 attack upgrades. Keep that in mind. But that, guys, is going to be the main military armor bonus. All right. It's an interesting Civ, though, isn't it? I really like these guys. Their next bonus is the... don't want to go back in the tech tree. Their next bonus, guys, is the Monks Regenerating Faith Faster. Now, what that is going to remind you of is the tech Illumination, which says monastery units regain their faith 100% faster after a successful conversion. This is 50%, so it's like you're getting half an illumination for free, and you also get illumination on top of it. Now, it's going to be a little bit difficult to, have an exact side-by-side comparison, because monks convert at different speeds, but this should give you at least a decent idea. So we have a generic Mapuche monk over here, and of course we get the insta-conversion and they don't, but you can see here, guys, that instead of 62 seconds, you are getting your faith back in like 40-some-odd seconds. And it's a very noticeable boost. This is with no upgrades. Again, we started the process sooner because conversion randomness, but it is a very, very noticeable boost and is going to be huge, huge, huge for the clowning play here of the Muiska. But guys, check it out. Once we go to Imperial Age and can get Illumination, it is amazing. Where are we at? Here's Illumination. But with Illumination in, let's check this out, guys. Now, you still convert at the same speed. This is just about regenerating faith. Look at this go! It is redonkulous. It's like around 20 seconds, maybe a little bit more. Boom. I mean, if this isn't some awesome monk bonus fun, I don't know what is. You are getting that faith back so fast. It was really going to help Muiska in using monks in the late game, because you don't need like as many monks, especially once you also have Theocracy in. So you can just sort of go from like conversion to conversion, and all of that will be on like a viable late game unit for the Muiska, especially in dealing with things like bombard cannons. So really fun and powerful military boost there. I don't think it's going to be like super OP though, because remember, you still convert at the same speed. Why Microsoft doesn't release the DLC during the weekend? Because they're not in the office on the weekend. They need to release the DLCs when people are actually in the office. And they need to release it not on a Friday, because what if something goes catastrophically wrong with the DLC and then there's no one in the office to, fix any issues? So releasing them early in the week actually makes sense. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that it makes sense once you think about it. And yeah, it's just the last one. And the final bonus for the Civ, guys, is the market bonus. So it's very straightforward. You get caravan and guilds for free. Now remember, trade carts you can start training in the feudal age, and they were changed not that long ago, so their base movement speed is faster. But it does mean that as soon as you hit Castle Age, you'll immediately get bumped up to that 1.5 movement speed. So that's going to be quite nice and helpful for sure. And then you can see our market prices are generic right now. But as soon as we get to the Imperial Age, we are going to get the guilds market prices. And guilds is one of those techs that, because it has a cost to it, it takes a little while for it to pay off. So I actually really like this as a bonus. So you have, like, as soon as you hit Imperial Age, you get better market exchange rates without actually having to spend any resources for it. So you're immediately going to be getting those more efficient late game market trades. And it combines nicely with their team bonus, which we'll show off in just a moment. That you get more gold you get more bang for your buck, gold over time. And because the best units for this Civ are all gold intensive, this is not like Mapuche, who have great trash units. This is the exact opposite. You want to be making gold units. It's a really good way to sort of enable you to make your better and more interesting units in the long run. Oh, I love the South American architecture set. I think it looks amazing. Let's give myself 0 gold to show off the team bonus. And and last for the bonuses, we have the team bonus. This is certainly one that is getting a lot of people very interested because it is exactly like the Mayan bonus. Remember, this bonus does not give you gold faster. It just gives you more gold overall. So basically how it works is that there's 800 gold on this gold mine, but it will actually give you, once it's completed, what's it? 15% more is 120 resources, so you get 920 gold, I think. This is where chat's here. Do the math. I think it's 920 gold for an 800 pile of gold, I think. So it's going to be a solid boost for 1v1s, again, so you can continue to make those important gold units throughout the game. Very, very helpful there. Now, it says natural gold sources because it also includes oysters and whales. Remember, whales were added to the game. And we could probably have a separate video on what whales do. Whales, guys, make dolphin sounds when you place them in the editor, by the way, which is really goofy. Whales are not dolphins. Fun fact. But it's like a better oyster. So they're, you know, on maps going to be further away from your dock, but you can see that the gather rate is actually quite a bit faster for the whaling ships than it is for the oystering ships. But basically, they will also be giving you more gold overall. So you, whales have 1,000 gold, so you'll get 1,150 gold, and the oysters have 450 gold, so they will be giving you, like, what, 575 or something like that? So you get more gold over the course of the game. How is this useful? Remember that in a team game setting, you have trade. Trade is great. It enables you, one, to delay trading, which is very helpful because my benchmark, I always tell people, is around 40 minutes is when you need to start thinking about getting trade down in a team game. But it also means that, for instance, you can stay in your main base longer. You just have that extra gold. It can keep you going a little bit longer. Say you're getting pushed, and it's difficult to bust out of your base. You just have that little bit more gold at your disposal. It's a very helpful bonus on any map where getting trade set up is very difficult. So like Arena, for instance, getting trade set up is very challenging. So it's just a good bonus. It's not like the best, but it's probably like already a top 10 team bonus. It's also great in 1v1s as well, for sure. For sure. So really good team bonus there. It's just like the Mayan bonus, but only applies to gold, but it's a team bonus, so it's allowed to be weaker. Great bonus overall, guys. So that is the set of bonuses for the Muiska. Like I said, lots of gold, lots of powerful, expensive units. It is in many ways sort of like that South American Aztecs, but the Civ does feel quite different. Castle Age. Igis. Igis, guys. My favorite cheat, Igis. Alright guys, so what is this Castle Age unique tech? Herbalism. It is 300 food, 350 gold, so not that expensive, and it is a 15% movement speed buff. Now remember, archers don't have any movement speed buff ever, so it isn't really comparable to anything that exists in the game. And for the Chompies, they get squires as well. So because you'll probably have squires by the time that you have herbalism researched. I'll just go ahead and give that there. And now we can do a nice side-by-side comparison. Oh, yeah, I need to give... Oh, crap. Didn't give 2P squires. All right, now we have the proper comparison. This is with Squire's Research, just to give it, I think, a more fair comparison, because I don't... By the time you research a castle unique tech, you can afford the 100 food Squires. But here, guys, we have our crossbowman 1.1 movement speed, which is actually the same as a chompy without any speed upgrade. So really nice movement speed there. Generic crossbowman has 0.96. Our chompies have 1.39 movement speed. Now remember, Woad Raiders are 1.38, so we're talking basically Woad Raider movement speed for the chompy warriors for the Muiska. And then 1.21 here for the generic one with squires. So just as a visual representation here, you can see them off to the races. It's a bigger value increase for the chompy because they're a faster unit overall, but you can still see that it is a very noticeable speed increase, and it's going to be really nice for microing your archers as the Muiska throughout the game, and it's going to better allow those chompy warriors to close the distance on their targets. Cannot run these guys. This is faster than a knight without squire, or without husbandry, but slower than a knight with husbandry. Yeah, I don't know about the 2P and the Curare effect yet. I haven't tested it. I hear it's like absolutely busted though, but like I said, I'm only on the Muiska, guys. I did the Mapuche, we're doing the Muiska now, and then it is the 2P afterwards. Also, why are these... Oh, I guess these guys are going to the furthest away market. Alright, so we'll do the imp one. I guess I can just do it here. Yes, it does, Flamey. Alright, guys, now the Imperial Age unique tech Harakas. Slingers +1 range, train 25% faster. We already showed the effect it has for slingers in the slinger video, which is live on my channel now. Basically, it's nice. You get 9 range in total with full upgrades, but missing that Pierce Armor does really limit your effectiveness, especially against enemy ranged units, and slingers are still very flimsy, right? So getting that 9 range, really, really nice. Not saying it's ever going to be a bad thing, but still, keep in mind that the unit is a little bit fragile, especially in that pierce damage. Anyway, just as the point of comparison, I'll show you guys what the faster train speed looks like. Actually, does this work? Can I just queue this up here? I think I can. I gave myself both archery ranges. I am a dum-dum! Whoops! Nah, they're not that busted, Robsy. The video is live. Alright, now the actual test I can do. And now I have no gold. Oh my goodness, guys. What a freaking sudden disaster. See, this is what happens when I do the testing live on stream, is all those silly mistakes I make. All right, now that we actually have the proper setup, let's see visually see the difference that the faster train speed makes. So I think we can just do that, and then we switch over to player 3. And then we train a slinger there, and then we unpause it. And of course, I can't like show it side by side, but you can see I'm housed. Screw this nonsense. All right. All right, now for really real, we can visually show the difference in the train speed. This is just something for the people watching live, I guess. But what we're going to do here is we can pause the game, and then we can use that to queue up both of these units at the exact same time. So you should be able to see the difference visually. Unfortunately, we can't see like both of these, the progress on both at the same time, but you'll still get the idea, and you can see just how much faster this slinger is going to pop out here for the Muiska player. Which, remember, it's a trash unit now. Having a trash unit train faster is very powerful. Just look at the Ketons. And it's, you know, it's noticeably faster, for sure. Yeah, that is not an insignificant boost right there. Slingers for the Muiska, again, they are a bit fragile, but the faster train speed and the extra range are both going to be very helpful and important for the civilization, especially over the course of a long game. It's also not that expensive of an Imperial Age unique tech at, what is it, 450 wood, 350 gold. That's very cheap for an imp unique tech, so good one to keep in mind right there for the Muiska. Both unique techs are actually very simple for the Civ, but I think they both work really well. Powerful, but not broken effects. Alright, now I need to go back to Feudal Age, so that we just have the base stats here. A better Kamandaran crossbowman? No, you have a slower fire rate. But yeah, they should be a really solid trash unit. Also, Kamandaran crossbowmen are not busted at all. Alrighty, now to test out the castle unique unit here for the Muiska, the Geisha Warrior. This says, Muiska unique skirmisher that regenerates HP when a nearby Geisha warrior is defeated. For some reason, we can't say dies or killed in video games. Don't know why. But it says strong versus ranged soldiers, weak versus units at close range. So, also keep in mind, 50 wood, 60 gold. That is expensive. It is, you know, more than a Cav Archer. Cav Archers are 40 wood, 60 gold. So these guys ain't cheap. Now, it is a skirmisher, just at a basic level, so the general matchups that you think of with skirmishers are also going to apply to the Geisha Warrior. That said, I want to see in the testing how good this unit is relative to the crossbowman line as well, because it is a gold unit like a crossbowman, so you want to, I think it's going to be worthwhile to test versus both. So first for the base stats of the unit. So we're going to compare this to a crossbowman and to an elite skirmisher. Actually, let's make us in the castle age so they have their extra melee armor in. Because remember, the extra melee armor does not apply to the Geisha Warrior. So base attack is 6, which is better than a crossbowman and double that of a skirmisher. So very high base attack, especially for a skirmisher unit. Also for bonus damage, 2 versus CA, 2 versus spearmen, 3 versus archers. Now that is less than a an elite skirmisher. So I mean, it's also 2 versus cav archers, but they have 4 versus spearmen and 4 versus archers. So 2 less bonus damage versus spearmen and 1 less bonus damage versus archers. That said, your base attack is higher anyway, so you're still doing a ton of damage. Armor, though. Remember that both your regular skirmishers and your crossbowmen get extra melee armor with the Civ, so it's 0 versus at minimum, 2 by the time that you're in that stage of the game. Pierce armor, though, is 3, so you have less pierce armor than an elite skirmisher. That is really something to keep in mind, because the pierce armor is a very specific value. Like, that 4 is an important number because it means that so long as you match defense upgrades with the archer's attack upgrades, archers are only dealing 1 damage to you with your elite skirmishers. That is not the case with the Geisha Warrior. Archers can, in Castle Age, deal 2 damage to you. Cav archers deal 3 damage to you. So that really does, it really does matter in terms of the overall efficacy versus ranged units. That said, if you look at the HP, 50 HP for the Geisha Warrior, 35 for both crossbowmen and skirmishers, they are a much, much tankier unit in terms of HP. So, again, that is something to consider, and the unique effect is going to heal the unit, which we will get to in a little bit. Range, though, also something important to consider. 3 range. I'm not kidding, guys. 3 range is also 1 minimum range, like a regular skirmisher. I'm a little concerned about this, guys. you have 2 less range in Castle Age than skirms and crossbowmen. Now, you do have a much faster movement speed. 1.15 is pretty fast. That's the same as an Eagle Warrior, but you don't get squires or anything like that. So you can close the distance. But 2 less range is really painful. Now, of course, you do benefit from the regular archer attack upgrades. You know, anything that affects the skirmisher will affect the Geicho Warrior here. I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned that that range is very low. Again, you're paying 50 wood and 60 gold for these guys. Also, the reload time is the same as a skirmisher, which is 3, which is 50% slower than a crossbowman. So it's the same as a skirmisher, more like a skirmisher instead of a crossbowman there. I am really curious about this unit, right? The stats are like, they look really good, except that range is a little, We will see. We will see. Now, for the special effect of the unit, we have all of these Geichwas here. So how it works is, it's like an aura. Like an aura when it dies. So we have all of these injured units here. If I delete this one in the corner, it will heal at 100 HP per minute all of the nearby units by 5 HP. Now, this has a limited range. You can see that the ones that are furthest away over here are not getting healed, but there isn't a limit to how many get healed within the close range. So you can see that all of these units are getting healed in the same exact value. So you just get more healing the more Geichwas that you have near each other. Now, of course, we'll have to see in the testing how good this actually is. I am quite curious, and see how it helps with the longevity of the unit. This is where the extra HP relative to the skirmisher line really comes in. You can see, delete another one, and they are going to get another 5 HP. That is certainly going to be very relevant in these long, protracted fights with lots of units. Remember, you have longer lasting gold, and just more gold overall here for the Muiska, so you can perhaps better afford to trade units when they have these larger, more protracted fights. But guys, let's see how these guys do in the actual test. Nope, we have to show up the upgrades first. Skirt! What happens if 2 die at once? It doesn't stack. Actually, that is important. No, it does stack a little bit. My bad. But it's diminishing returns. So you don't get like the super giga HP boost, but you do get a little bit more HP. Yeah, that's actually something really important I forgot to mention. Yeah, diminishing returns, but it does technically stack. Anyway, Imperial Age stats. Well, how much is the Elite upgrade? Elite Geicho Warrior is 750 wood, 600 gold, so a little bit cheaper on the Elite price. Note that it has a wood cost and not a food cost, like most of the Elite unit upgrades. Let's see the stats here. 8 base attack, so you get +2 attack. 8 is a lot. That's a lot of base attack right there. You'll also get 1 more bonus damage versus archers. Keep in mind that is now the same as an elite skirmisher, and you, unless you're Vietnamese, there aren't imp skirms, so this is still being compared to an elite skirmisher. Furthermore, 5 pierce armor. That sounds insane, but remember, you don't have the last armor upgrade, so you max out at 2 melee armor and 7 pierce armor. That's actually less than a generic fully upgraded skirmisher. Generic fully upgraded skirmishers end up with 8 pierce armor. So, like I said, less pierce armor overall than the than a generic fully upgraded skirm, although it's more than your skirms that you get as the Muiska. Range, you do get 1 more range. So you now have 4 range, but that still means you max out at 7 range, which is 1 less still than the Arb and the Elite Skirmisher. So I'm still a little concerned about that. You still have the faster movement speed, which is great. You also still only have 50 HP. You don't get an HP increase with the Elite unit, which I find rather odd. It's still 10 more than an Archer, and 15 more than a Skirm. But again, when you're paying so much for this unit, like this is the most expensive Archer unique unit that isn't like a Cav Archer. More expensive than rattans and longbows and all that stuff. Genoese crossbowmen. Yeah, 1.5 movement speed, 1.15 movement speed is very good, so you can get in range more easily, but it also means that you're probably taking some extra damage. Anyway, guys, those are the stats of the Geisha warriors. Now let's do some testing in both Castle and Imperial Age. Just kidding, guys. TTL starting. Debated. That you'll have to wait and see until the YouTube video comes out. Oh, whoops. There's your little taste of what you're getting with the videos. But yeah, I work really hard on these. Perfect cliffhanger? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, even setting up the scenario is like an hour and a half of work. The recording is usually like an hour and 15 to an hour and 20 minutes, and then it's another 2+ hours, 2 to 3 hours more, like, editing, rendering, and uploading the video. And 12 attack, because they count as shock infantry for some reason. So they take, what, 6 bonus damage from longswordsmen, 7 bonus damage from champions. Oh, Tripath! Thank you so much for the donation! I don't know what I did to deserve such kindness. Anyway, guys, I hope you are excited for the new civs. I am really excited. I don't think they're going to be overpowered. Where is Dash? Are the Ibirapemas also shock infantry? I haven't done any 2P testing yet. The Ibirapemas are very expensive on the gold cost, though. They're like 60 gold or something like that. Longsword counter? I mean, we haven't done the testing yet, but I don't think it should be that. I think it should be a very hard counter for the longswordsman because the unit's so freaking expensive. Remember, they're what, 85 food, 40 gold. I mean, I compare them to the Geisha warriors, or not the Geisha warriors, the Chompy warriors, when I am doing my test. For 15 temple guards, you can afford 27 Chompy warriors. That is a big old difference. All right. Civ draft is coming along, and we are all good. Now we're back to TTL. Let's update the stream title. Dragonstar versus Vivi. T90, or at T90 official Titans League Platinum League. There we go. Relaxed you've ever seen him? Oh, he is either relaxed or wild. There is no in between. What we can do while we're waiting is we can look at YouTube comments. The views are doing pretty well so far. Doing pretty well, pretty well. It is just going to be one video a day from here on out, though. Infinite. I tested it briefly, and it seems to cap out at 1, which is still extremely fast, but... yeah. You think country to AoE1 flingers don't cost stone? Yeah, that'd be very, very bad. And Chomp overview? Thanks. Believe it or not, I worked very, very hard on these. Like I said, these take like 4 to 5 hours to make at least, and when you don't have a lot of time, like I'm able to get these out without a whole lot of time, it's a lot of work. A lot of work and not a lot of time. Like, in an ideal world, I also have these all scripted, but, like, if I have it scripted, then it's going to take, like, double the amount of time to make, and I just don't have that. A video on the generic balance changes? It's in my first video. The one that I introduced the DLC. It's all in there. Yeah, similar to Persian trash bows, but they also cost food. Outmaneuver onagers, yep. Yep, that's a good call. Hurl fireball, yeah, that would be sick. Make some zany mental images. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. The new cliffs look awesome. I agree, and it's very consistent. Everybody seems to love the visuals of the expansion, myself included. Want to mix a few with their crossbow in early Castle Age. The issue is doing that. The issue is doing that is that they're so food expensive. Like 70 food's a lot. Especially if you're also trying to afford crossbowmen. Now, if you are the Incas, maybe that'll help. Because you have the food discount. And then as the 2P as well, because you have the food discount for the crossbowman upgrade. That's also going to help, but... yeah, it would be tough. Yeah, 2P especially. Might want to mix them in Imperial Age. And I know, I agree, Genbo, but I think honestly they learned their mistake and that people have higher expectations for what a DLC should be providing, especially with the higher cost that they have now than compared to what they used to have. Yeah, actually they would look pretty convincing for an Oceania, like custom civ stuff. Yeah, Scorpions surprisingly get racked. The more I see from these civs, the more I like the Champy Outpost. Yeah, I love that bonus. But depend on each other, cancel their weaknesses. Yep. Yep. No one expected them to be trash units. I certainly didn't. Malian trash are lesser the Kshatriyas researched? Something like that. Yes. Chomp. No, Pachakudi does not have a legendary difficulty. Yes, I will be doing the campaign playthroughs. It's going to be a little bit delayed relative to what I normally do, which is like the first day the DLC comes out, but there's a lot of content to make, man. A lot of content. Had elite upgrades? Yeah, it feels like it probably wish they had elite upgrades. Oh, is this when the game crashed? And this thing happened again. Yeah, that's an annoying one. Slingers running 2v2? Yeah. Slingers counter Huskarls or Sergeant. So, they're better than normal archers, for sure. But the units counter each other. So it's... and they counter them less hard than they used to when Slingers were a gold unit. Yeah, I like this. Every traditional trash unit shares the trait of beating one trash unit, losing to another, and also losing to champion. Slingers keep this balance by being a trash unit that gets trashed by two other trash units, which are going to be hussars and skirmishers, whilst defeating spears and champs. I think it makes sense. And 10 wood, which is not that expensive to spam in the late game. So that's going to be... yeah, it's 56. They really counter monks. They still counter infantry. Just not as hard. They are also much more even against siege. Yeah, that would certainly be more testing that I could do. Hamiok plus Slinger. Still dies to strong ranged option. Yeah, basically. Anything in a conversation? A lot of people really want to know. It's still Shotladdle Warriors, guys. Erink is getting settlements. Yep. Only hussars. They get wrecked by hussars due to low base attack and minimum range. They do not. How much difference will slingers with micro? I tried to make movement matter a little bit, but any ranged unit editor test always a bit unsatisfying. Micro. All right. Champion fights, yeah. Champions. And this is platinum. And before people complain, I'll make VV red. All right, guys, here we are. More Platinum League casting back on the live patch. No South American stuff today, or at least anymore for a little while. But this should still be some fun stuff. Dragonstar versus VV should be a fireworks matchup for sure.
Hi.
Both these players very aggressive. So let's see. Dragonstar is going to be the Cyan Bengalis here to the southwest, and VV's the Vietnamese. Now, Vietnamese feel like the generic, just all-around very good open map civ. Yeah, I mean, there's like never any reason, like, or never any like real downside to picking Vietnamese on pretty much any map. It's not like Vietnamese are like the #1 best civ, but they are like a very strong overall civ on like every map. What has been... I mean, I told you guys all the balance changes. I wasn't hiding anything. I mean, they're nerfing the most oppressive stuff in the game, but the question is it enough? Flowers. It's called a flower diff, Tom. You might have not ever seen one before, but they're small to medium-sized plants that are especially notable for their, their flowers. The actual brightly colored, especially ends of the plant that contain the pollen and the seeds, and are often placed in an aesthetically pleasing fashion in the homes and towns of humans. Liereyy. Are flowers fruit? I don't think so. I think flowers can grow the fruit. Would fall off by then? Ah, my bad. Anyway, my real question is, what's going on here with the Bengalis? Flowers we have in our home right now? Well, we just got some, I think tulips? So we have a couple of those, and my dad has some plants, and we also have a hibiscus plant. It's single day. Oh, wow. Are the flowers of fungi? That makes sense. Single back gold. I mean, I just assume it's going to be for a Phosphorus, but I don't know if, like, is the Phosphorus going to be that good? Back gold guaranteed? I don't know. Both players do have a back gold, though. Or close to a back gold. I mean, it's a little off to the side. Forage bushes are, like, over here, though. You'd much rather have the... Actually, no, this gold's really safe. You'd much rather have the forage bushes over here, where it's safer to collect for Castle Age. Some horrible bug off the kids. I mean, kids seem to be prime vectors for the spreading of diseases. What with all of their constant socialization with tons of other people. Hey. Rothas? I mean, I don't think you're doing anything else with Bengalis here. Otherwise, the civ is just not very good. But Vivi seems to be well aware of what's likely coming, and he is just going forward. Like, I just don't think this map is going to be very good for FC Rothas. It's a long rush distance, and it's kind of easy to wall yourself in. Paradoxically, maps that are hard to defend early on tend to be the best for the Phosphorus type of things. Now, it could just not be a Phosphorus build and just be a regular FC into Rothas. Like, that's totally possible. But that's not usually what we see, especially because, I mean, you're going 123 pop. It's a, like, a Rotha all-in type thing. Gone are the days when you go like 28 pop conquistadors with full walls. The Displacer Beast. Did you displace the Displacer Beast? Alright. Tower's gonna be here. Fun fact, guys, you can't counter tower if you're in the Dark Age, unless you're Sicilians. In which case, it's not even technically a counter tower. Hide in our backpack? Oh no. Alright, guys. I'm still not sold on this. Like, I'm super not sold on this. Have their ancestors with them? It's their backpack. Backpack, backpack. Yikes. I mean, it's already 46 seconds idle time, too. I don't know. Like I said, this just doesn't feel like the map for this. Okay, yeah, get in the back. Blacksmith now coming in. Obviously, you also need to sell some of your stone. Castle Age click on. But like, you don't want to sell your stone. It's yeah, but you have to. You need to get on your way up to Castle Age. Okay, you do need to click up, man. There you go. Still a minute 30 idle time. Guys, if this works, I will just be saying that I am so glad this is all getting nerfed. I mean, I'm kind of glad it's getting nerfed anyway. But if, like, this should not work. This literally should not work. From Viper yesterday. Oh, did Viper try and fail with this yesterday? Oh, Vivi beat Viper. Oh, boy. Viper won Slopes, but he lost the first 2 games on Zimbabwe and Reverse Acropolis. Oh, he did literally the exact same thing. Bengali's here on Reverse Acropolis.
Hey.
Are like the Fire Lancers and a new indifferent spin on units?
Hi.
From what I've seen so far, I've got no problems with any of the new units that have been added. I'm a little worried about the Kakonas in early Castle Age, but otherwise, not too worried about anything. Yeah, T90 I think is covering all of Platinum League. I don't know about others. Generally speaking, it's not worth it for me to cover Platinum League because I just don't have the viewership for it, but I mean, if I can, you know, if it's worth my time to cast, I will cast it. But unfortunately, sometimes you must prioritize what the best usage of our time is. Is the unit trait very good? Is sometimes worth my time? Sometimes it is. Guys, this is yeah, this is literally all sorts of not happening. I mean, Vivi's playing well. Like, don't get me wrong, but these are forward resources, and yeah, they're, you know, it's a good job of denying them, but it's not like it's the craziest thing in the world to deny. Okay, running under the TCs. Oh, don't lose all your frickin' archers, man! Oh my god, what even is this? What even is this, guys? What even is this? Oh my god. Oh, man. I actually don't find this sort of playstyle exciting. Like, if you're gonna FC, I found it more interesting when the meta, so to say, was like fast castle. You go with like some pressure with archers or like monks in siege or knights, and then you add eco behind it. This like super all in, I just don't think is as exciting. Wait, why aren't you building the castle over here? Okay, yeah, like this is where you can safely build the castle. I mean, insofar as you can do literally anything safely. I mean, I guess. See, this is why I don't know why he took the vills off of the castle here. He sent them over to the forage bushes, but this, like, the castle would be up if he had those 4 villagers still building. This is such a joke, guys. You literally only have 2 trees left here. Not even 2 full trees. You're also losing this tower war, so Vivi doing a good job keeping that up. There's a market coming in for Vivi.
Hi.
Is GG getting censored, guys? Are we literally adding voice chat when GG is getting censored? Is that, like, a thing? Anyway, that was obviously one-sided. I don't think it's a good strategy for the map. I definitely don't think it's possible to do with a forward stone. And both just got towered immediately. It was some phosphor type nonsense, but not very effective. I mean, yeah, Vivi absolutely had the correct reaction to it, but a player of Vivi's caliber is going to have the correct reaction to it. Like, almost all the players in Platinum League would have won that game. Now, I wouldn't have won that game because I'm a mega pleb. But, you know. Alright. Well, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, oh wow, they're already in the next game. All right, here we are, guys. Game number 2. Let's see how things are going to be going this time. Vivi's going to be here in the red as the Flemish militia to the west of the map, and to the east in the cyan as the Incas. It will be Dr. Agenstar, PhD. Very common civ for this matchup, or this map rather, on both sides. Going to be the super early drush for the Incas. Of course, like one house, you get the early barracks. You have the super fast food income under the TC. So it's a very common play for this map for sure. For Burgundians, meanwhile, it's just the Flemish militia. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he was, like, not even bothering to get double... He's actually getting double bid. Wait, hold on. He's actually playing Burgundians. He's using the better early food income to get an even faster double bid axe upgrade. What? Is that allowed? Oh, wait, no, he canceled it. Never mind. Peachy, I'm absolutely just goofing around on the name. No, never mind, guys. Never mind. Mission aborted. Probably just couldn't quite get the food fast enough. Yeah, 11 pop is as fast as you can reasonably do it. At least with, like, normal resources. Usually it's like 12 or 13 pop. Well, maybe it was something that worked well in practice, but I just don't see how that works against a player that you're... against the caliber of player that you're running into here. Anyway, very, very early walls, but I think it just makes a lot of sense versus Incas and against Dragonstar, who's going to be an aggressive player. And so, yeah, the 2 militia out here already. Just making sure you're nice and safe, not going for the forward woodline, going for the safe woodline, even if it is high on the dinkometer scale. Inca militia drush, yes indeed. Chompy. I really like the chompy rushing. I think it feels pretty good. A rundown of the Sif matchup. Well, it's going to be the matter of Dragonstar. I mean, he's still making militia. Oh. I mean, I guess you can get the houses. That's certainly annoying, but... I mean, yeah, like, if it goes late, Incas get wrecked by Burgundians, for sure, but... not that this map ever really goes there. Is it worth repairing this house? Like, you're not getting to feudal age anytime soon. Just build a... Right? Oh yeah, I mean, that's the maps. It's always going to be something that's very map dependent. And Incas are a very good civ for going for this big old rush. No loom at all, by the way. Just use all 100 of his gold on 5 militia. Okay, yeah, he stopped preparing. I just didn't see a world in which it's actually good. Good quick wells there as well. Yes, you definitely want to make it messy as Incas versus Burgundians. Incas are a very good civ for making things messy. Burgundians like a very calm, clean game. Oh yes, absolutely get loom. No reason to risk it. Anyway, you are running out of food pretty fast. Only 2 bills on the forage bushes. I literally haven't seen Tolu yet. No one's picked it. Is everyone going super hard for the middle fish? We had it in Walhalla and it wasn't super popular there. Keep banning it? Yeah. Like, how much is this worth it? Surely the villager time and the wood spent is worth more than 25 wood. Right? Actually, yes, because it's... You know, it's 25 wood to go from 1 HP to 550 HP. So it's 1100 HP is you're spending the full 25 wood. So double the HP is the full original wood cost. And now you're literally doubling that. And it's the villager idle time as well. There's no way that's worth it instead of just, you know, building another house. Now, archery range coming in, just going to go for a couple of random units here. Feudal Age is on its way here for the good doctor, though. Still no loom, but that doesn't really matter. Defensive tower, he wants to secure that gold. Okay, he's going to start with 1 archer and then switch on over. I kind of like how he's walling over here trying to secure those forage bushes. They're expensive? Yeah, that is absolutely the real estate market. Gold incoming. And he's at least picking up loom. There's Men at Arms upgrade. If you have 7 militia, yeah, it's worth it to get the Men at Arms upgrade. Other stuff? Like, what other stuff? Patch? No, that's not until Tuesday. But I think we're probably still playing on this patch in TTL specifically until a little while. The mill? Well, the mill is much more worth it to repair. Alright, DBA now coming in here for Cyan. Note that Vivi was still able to get the bowsaw upgrade. He's got 6 on gold right now, actually. It's quite a lot. Oh, actually is able to punch down the Scout Cavalry. Nicely done there for Dragonstar. And he will have his own skirmishers here in the follow-up. Now, food is still going to be very important because remember, Dragonstar is not remotely walled, but he doesn't need to be. He's got all the map control he could ever ask for. So he can very safely start to get these farms down. It's going to be much tougher here for Vivi, but that's why I was saying I really like how he's walling back over here. It's going to secure the forage bushes and also secure him some farming space, which is très important. He's also going over to stone here. course, Burgundians do have a very good unique unit they can use. Annyeong, Hyunjun. Blacksmith there. Yeah, just a pretty chill game so far. Wait, Dragonstar lost a Vil to Gaia. Noob! Oh, Vivi actually sniped a Vil with a scout. That's what happened. Well. Oh, Vivi getting a house drip. Yep, both of those things happened. That's definitely a little bit of the S word. Not that we like to throw the S word around in these parts. Leching actually coming in at around the same time for both players, but Vivi's really looking to get some counterattack damage done. Wants to get his own eco going more smoothly. Getting those farms down is going to be very, very important. Especially since he doesn't have a tower here. Keeping those stone miners safe is quite helpful. Feudal Scout? Yeah, for sure. Anyway, Dragonstar's army here doing a good job of heading off Vivi's army, forcing the Vils to retreat over here. Also very nice here for Dragonstar. And now the farms are starting to come in. But come on, get Horse Collar. It's nice and cheap for the Burgundians. Oh, a little awkward over here. It's not even 50% on the tower. But, okay, looks like the quick calls are good enough. They're attacking through the corner. Talon Watch coming because Vivi's getting housed again. So at least in that context, this Men-at-Arm rush is being effective. Also, one of the archers goes down there. That villager is also in a lot of trouble. I'm going to lose some Men-at-Arm in that Vil. Will escape. Actually, both Men-at-Arms go down, so you lost a lot of your pressure right there. Still, this army here from Vivi is not doing much. Dragonstar is able to wall up at least, you know, quick wall over here as needed, and he's getting his own farms down as well. Not the best food eco ever, though. 8 on food. He's adding in more farms here at the front, but right now you can see here, Vivi is actually also going to really run out of food in just a moment. Oh, man, I thought he had more farms than this, but no, he does not. Probably another mill over here. Yep. And he should have built a settlement instead. Then once the wood was done, you could just farm around it. I feel like that would make the most sense. Anyway, good play here. Going to be able to focus down these units quite effectively. Flemish militia are quite strong, but still going to be a little bit weak to these men-at-arms in numbers. Poke, 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 poke. Res collected also slightly favoring Vivi. Yes, he was under a lot of pressure, but Burgundian eco is very, very good. And look at this, guys, with fletching. That extra melee armor you get for the Flemish militia. You got more archers coming in over here. Good unit movement here from Vivi, as the army of Dragonstar is kind of just derping off by itself. So this is already getting really nice here for our red player. Extra farms are coming in, not having Horse Collar because he likes to make me cry at night, all by myself, in a corner. More farms here for Dragonstar. He also spent 1 stone on something. Oh, I think that was the gate that he deleted. Market over here to the west. Vivi has built up a lot of gold in the bank. Full 5 Vil and an eco upgrade lead. Only ahead by a few hundred resources right now, and he's actually behind in food, but he's got a lot of gold, and he is going to turn that gold into food. Also, he's been mining a lot of stone. He is almost certainly going to be going here for some Fustelier. They are a pretty good low eco early Castle Age unit because they're cheaper than Knights. 55 food and 55 gold, as opposed to the 60 food and 75 gold for a Knight. And you do have enough stone over here. It's 4 tiles of stone instead of 2 tiles of stone. A single man of the chicken suit, reinforcing his brethren. More walls coming in. And you can see right there, the power of the market shall not be gainsaid. A Bosa? I think you mean Bosol. We believe in the Lithuanian villager around these parts. Well, you probably don't want to just throw away the Eagle Warriors. And there is a stable coming in, so you can at least use those knights, like go for a couple knights as early Castle Age pressure, but keep in mind, this gold is about to run out. Get the arse. It's like get you arse. And the Hunnic, Mongolian, and Khitan villagers get all of their purchases at Timu. Look at all those farms here without horse collar. Like I said, though, you're going to be able to get like a couple knights out and then make a quick switch into the Kuslier. That said, wherever you place this castle, it probably won't secure another gold or stone mine. So that is something that you're going to need to keep in mind. More quick balls over here. Womangutai, yeet! Some Fumon. Alright, castle coming in. Alright, we have more spearmen coming in. You know that, okay, my opponent's Burgundians, he's in Castle Age. Probably isn't going Cav Archers, but we can never be too sure. And there is the castle. Remember when Burgundians and Sicilians getting their own castles was seen as weird? It's like, oh, why are they the only civs that have unique castles? And then now every civ has a unique castle. Everybody knows. Yep, it's Kuslier time. Like I said, they're going to be doing pretty well against Incas. A waterfall castle? Nope, closest we get is a waterfall wonder. Alright, pikeman upgrade coming in. Big walls over here of palisades, though, so it's not like it's the strongest thing in the world. Castle? Nothing wrong with the Sicilian castle. Cartonis? Buildings. Also, the Jurchens, Iron Pagodas. The Yuckers. They don't really counter the charge bonus, they're just good against them. And I think you mean the Goofy Brigade. Guys, why am I such a weird caster? Why can't I just be normal? Why can't I be a regular AoE caster like, you know, T90 or T-West? It's your people, indeed. It's like the meme of like the mom is screaming at the child in the car, like, why can't you just be normal? And the kid's just like drinking like, ah! Alright. Outpost coming in. If only he had some chompy warriors, man. But that's what I was saying, that the castle doesn't secure more gold, and that's really the big issue there. Relics are always going to be very nice, though, for the Burgundians. I mean, they're nice for any civ, but especially nice for Burgundians. But now you can add in another TC over there. Receive the charge damage. Oh, kaboom. Charge damage? Oh, yeah, that's right, I forgot. Castle Age Cavalier? Actually, it's much more worthwhile just to go for the Kuslier. Way cheaper to switch into since you already have a castle. Like, what is fine for the Kuslier, even though them having the big charge attack is... I remember complaining so much about it. Okay, enough. Crazy there. When they were added, and now it's just like, eh. Oh, weird caster category. Finally, a category I can win. Anyway, a couple more kills over there. I mean, it has been 12 kills on the villagers by Vivi this game. That is certainly not bad at all. And, I mean, he's got 5 vills on stone. He's getting closer to another castle. He still has gold access. There really isn't a whole lot to dislike about Vivi's position. His eco is fantastic. He is Burgundians, of course, but he also has the good eco upgrades. You have caught up in that regard, at least to some degree, as Dragonstar, but right now, you just have no mobility. You're just trying to chase the Custelier around with pikemen. Charge him? I mean, that's true. But my complaint was, at the time, the Custelier were balanced around being inconsistent, which I thought didn't make for a very fun unit. Arambai at the time as well were also a very inconsistent unit because they had much higher attack and the low accuracy thing. But now Arambai are much more consistent, and I think one of the more interesting and fun unique units in the game. And Custelier, I mean, I guess I don't love the charge attack thing still. It's like, there's so much other worse stuff in the game that doesn't really matter at this point. Anyway, more galley coming in. Well, yeah, that was a bug, though. They were never intended to one-shot cavalry archers. The bonus damage, for some reason, applied twice to the archer, anything with the archer armor class. Also, I think it was like 30 and 35 bonus damage, which is just ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, that's just... I don't know how those bugs happened, but they happened. Alright, guys. Are you ready for your forced demolition hits? Vivi's also ready for castle number 2, and he's just... Oh, he's actually going to use it here. I think. Nope. Yay! Isn't that exciting, guys? The demo ship, big boom happened. Yay! Oh my goodness. I don't know why, guys. On a map like this, it really does feel contrived. But still, well done from Vivi. I don't want that to take away from the fact that Vivi played a very good game defensively, was able to get himself situated. He's got huge resource advantage, and it's not easy to defend against that Josh Romankas. So that was very well done. Kill demo ships? Not with melee units. Why am I getting barked at? 51 months. Thank you so much, Smiles Betray.
Oh my goodness.
I have played with him. I have fed him. What more does he want from me? You want me to go downstairs, Dash? Alright, Stranded is the next map, guys. All right, guys, 1 minute. We'll get into the next one. What's up, gorgeous? Remember, guys, we are casting the next series with T90. Yeah, I get it. I'm the worst. Your puppy doesn't bark like that. Corgis are wonderful and also very... I wanted to get, the initial plan was, and why I wanted a Corgi for my family was that, one, they're adorable, and two, I wanted a dog that was energetic to keep my parents active, because I imagined I was moving out of the house soon to, finish up my degree and, get a job. Here I am 8 years later, still living with them. Oh, my goodness. Corgis are derpy? Corgis are extremely derpy. They're very smart, but also very derpy. I know. Anyway, Dr. Agonstar here. Down 0-2. Not the best result so far for him. Going to be in the Cyan Dravidians here to the northwest and to the southeast. In the red as the Malians, going to be Vivi. Both these civs are certainly quite solid. I like Dravidians maybe a little bit more. They're just like a bit more specialized into these aggressive hybrid maps, but Malians are still very, very good. Just wing it all the way. I'm trying. I'm just like, chomping at the bit to get my life started, so to say. King Charles, because their lapdogs like to sleep, and that's your spirit animal? Yeah, there you go. We have a neighbor who has a King Charles. He's very sweet. Alright, fishing ship's that's a little bit faster here for Dragonstar. Yeah, like half a fishing ship ahead, so good stuff there. Nothing too crazy. Rise. Well, it's an aggressive hybrid map. Get Paladin King Charles. Well, to be fair, Trirem's icon is always the Cavalier, so it is appropriate for him. This is where the extra carry capacity for the fishing ships is actually quite nice because you have further sailing distance. So it's less inefficient. That said, it's actually just a better dock here from maybe in the first place. Honestly, it's not the most fair map gen. Because these fish are much more spread out than these. Like, the density of fish seems to be higher on this side. Yeah, pallet. But they're both white horses. It's the same horse. It's actually one of the clever ways that the devs switched up the... or you could identify at a glance which were the... which horses, because you had the... white horses for knights, you had the light brown horses for light cav, and then you had the darker horses for cav archers. And then you have the militia line. What? Well, Feudal Age is on the way for both players. Really nothing too crazy happening so far. You do have a forward Vil here from Dragonstar, so once again, going very, very, very aggressive. Paladin's helmet looks silly. Well, the Paladin's helmet has plumes on it. Hello, Comic.
Sorry.
Looked silly. Let us not go to Camelot. 'Tis a silly place. Wear pigtails as a paladin. Yep, only 2 civs now with Egalos, just like it was in the old days. Until the next expansion when we go get the Tloxcala as a civ. Champielos. It just isn't the same. Oh, look, they're both going forward, Doc. Oh, boy. 13 years of 3 Eagle civs? Oh, boy. So now we have another 13 years of 2 Eagle civs, Trirem? Is that how this is going to work? Are you saying we're not going to get more Meso civs for 13 years? That's pretty rough. What did the Toltecs ever do to you? Or the Zapotec? Or the Tloxcala? The campaigns? Yes, I am. I think the first episode is probably going to drop on Thursday. Also, these are just taking from Shorefish. Obviously, would not prefer that. Alright, fire galleys are here. Fire galleys are here. Done all the campaign voice lines? Yeah, it's my my secret side job. Tloxcaltecs. The Tloxcaltecs. The Tloxcaltec. Alright. Well, still nothing terribly exciting happening so far. Well, to be fair, as of Tuesday, it's all gonna be Hulks instead. Yes, there is a, what's it, Barrels versus Repard set. So, yeah, that will be next. I'm actually casting that with T90. Oh, I sure love fire ships, man.
Now then.
Not as much as Hulks, though. Not while peoples. Honestly, me as well. Demos, I think they're undoing a lot of the demo nerfs. Skyrim can give you the details. I haven't really looked at it closely yet. Myself, that's what a lot of people do. The campaign videos actually always do pretty well over time because people will often want to play the campaigns first and then watch someone else play them. Don't worry, they'll be there. Barracks here as well. Not like VV's really doing anything. Oh no, there's the stable.
Seri.
All right. Co-op campaigns? Yeah, I see people ask for the co-op campaigns pretty often, but it doesn't seem to be. Well, I mean, the thing with the co-op campaigns is they're probably a lot of work, and they're always released as free content. So I'm not too sure how much they can really work on them when they need to prioritize, you know, other things. I mean, yeah, they could be like they could have been sitting in the pipeline for like several years at this point, but you know, the devs always have to prioritize, you know, paid content because, you know, that makes sense. Anyway, Dragonstar's taken some good trades. 5 kills, 2 deaths so far for him. 11 fire ships to 5. But personally, I don't really enjoy the co-op campaigns. I find them way too easy and boring. Like, I played several of them with T-West, and it's just like... It's just not very fun. You just both boom up and then obliterate everything. Why the weekend passes so quickly? Because you don't want the time off to pass. You want the time that you're working to pass. All right, Castle Age is coming in here for VV, so less invested overall into the Feudal Age water, but you have to keep in mind then the power of the Dravidian fishing ships, as he's already several hundred resources ahead. Because Tariq makes for a good co-op campaign. On both sides, the issue with designing that is, you know, the enemy players will always start with way more than you have, so you have to, like, kind of completely redesign the scenario at that point. Well, that was kind of weird, but whatever. Good trades here for Dragonstar, but he is still very much stuck in the Feudal Age, and that could be a major issue. Obviously, big villager lead here for Dragonstar. I mean, he's also 4 vills ahead, like just regular vills ahead, which is nice, on top of having the fishing ships. And yet, more fire galleys are incoming. 36 seconds to Imperial Age. Time to write some co-op campaigns. Trirome is not in charge of the campaigns.
என்ன கட்டளை?
Well, fire galleys are fire galleying.
Now then. Into.
Awkward. Awkward. Well, Vikings are getting an enormous buff on hybrid maps and getting fire ships and hulks. They will likely be one of, if not the best hybrid civ in 2 days. 3 days, whatever. Well, you are getting a little bit closer to Castle Age here as Dragonstar, and that's where all that extra food income is really helping you out. And the archers are buying you a decent amount of time. Right over here, I mean, you're getting like a little bit of value, but you're still 1,400 resources behind. Obviously not ideal. And Dragonstar is on his way up to the Castle Age. And there's the Siege Workshop here for VV. Right there goes down. That villager's also being pressured. Remember, you really don't have any stone income. You're at 99 stone, which is a very unfortunate number. And now we have a scale mail armor incoming, actually. Could be just looking to go for some pikemen here. Once again, actually. Went for pikemen in the last game. At least they're not going to get blown up by a demolition ship this time. But the thing is, Dragonstar is continuing to add in fish. VV, no extra TCs. He's just behind in bills, and these knights are just not doing enough at all, guys. 0 upgrades on the knights. It's difficult to afford them due to the high food cost and your own food income being quite poor right now as VV. Well, at least you can kill a stray archer here and there. That's something. So yeah, even these spearmen are going to start to scare away the knights. I mean, it's 7 spearmen to 2 knights. And the spearmen actually have better upgrades. Look at that go. Look at them go. Nine fishing ships here for Dragonstar. Needs Pikmin. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo! Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo! That's the sound of the Pikmin being thrown. I hope you enjoyed it. Pikmin's such a great game, man. Underrated Nintendo title. This is unexpected. Expect the unexpected on this stream. I got a market coming in. Oh man, even that monastery is getting denied. He is getting pikemen. I mean, he's made so many spearmen, I thought for sure he would be going pikemen. I mean, sure, I don't care. Alright, so, that's actually a second barracks coming in. Oh, just kidding. Gonna be a monastery at least at first. And Dragonstar is going to continue to expand his eco, and looks like he is not going to be getting swept, so that's going to be very important for him. Every single game really does count. Building the mining camp for the one sad tile of stone. That's what Stranded forces you to do, man. Mail armor even coming in. I mean, these knights are really going to struggle to kill the pikemen. You got a relic coming in. Sure, why not? Crossbowmen do have bodkin. That's like an okay-ish hit, but nothing that crazy. I don't know, guys. This game feels pretty darn over. Unless Dragonstar like really screws up his mic. Honestly, even if Dragonstar loses most of these crossbowmen, he's still probably dead. A knight conversion would also be huge, but no dice on that one there for Dragonstar. Another dock being built over there on the side, and to continue to utilize those very, very good fishing ships. I mean, look at this, guys. Not a single farm has been built this game by Dragonstar. Your only food income is via farms here for VV. It is just not good at all. 1,600 more food collected here. for our Cyan player.
Naan tayar.
I mean, this just isn't a map where you can realistically lose water in early game and your opponent have water. No hole over here, so at least you're minimizing the holes for the time being.
A.
Yeah, Vivi's playing well, but this game, not so much. This game he didn't really do enough to try and focus water. But he was very good in the first 2 games. Although the first game was kind of just like, just don't do the obviously wrong thing, and then you win. Yeah, 2 battle elephants incoming. Oh boy! What are you gonna do when the Muma kill comes for you? Getting nerfs? Oh, they kind of are. I mean, you need multiple, like, skill net-based upgrades. Well, if that isn't decisive, I don't know what is. And this is why you at least have the battle elephants as Dravidians. Camels. Oh yeah, it is funny, isn't it? I mean, there are 4 civs that use this architecture set, and only half of them can use camels. But they can all use elephants, at least some kind of elephant, so honestly, maybe that would make more sense. Like the Southeast Asian stables all have elephants in them. Alright, there's the GG called, and it will be the good doctor winning this final game, getting at least that 2-1 record. You take what you can get, and that's at least something going for him. Point for Dr. Agonstar. He used to civ. I thought Dragonstar was from northern India. I could be wrong, though. Dr. Avidian. Oh, Trinity and Ellie's, huh? Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Alrighty, guys. Don't see a draft yet. Skirjar monks. Skirjars aren't super popular. I think they're quite good, but not like crazy. Tamari Shiva Mahaja. Technical civ? Yeah, they're a tough civ to play for sure. All right, let's see what T90's doing.
Vivi wanted to scout to see what was happening. He was maybe going to make 1 or 2 knights. He understood he had no food eco. But 1 or 2 knights with siege and monks in the middle is huge.
So that does... Let's see if this is updated. It is not. If you look at the standings here, Dragonstar will drop to 0-2, but he did take at least 1 win in each of his sets. 1 win versus Sato, 1 win versus Vivi, so that's... If you're going to go 0-2, at least, you know, you got those wins there. And for Vivi, he got a 2-1 win, so it's the exact opposite. So he's 2-0, but he did drop a game in each of those wins against both Viper and Dragonstar. That said, Viper is the clear favorite overall in the group in general, so getting the win there is likely going to be very, very good as far as... like, later on tiebreakers.
He was playing better than I thought. Dragonstar will always get at least one win, and you know he's going to have good strategies.
Let's see.
So it's a weird.
If you're
it's a
cool with
wild
being
group.
flexible and keeping an eye out in case it starts a bit
think Dragonstar
earlier,
will be
let's
happy
plan on
to
it. It's what
play.
T90 said. Let's see. I mean, I see a TTL draft, but it's by Sultan Alauddin Khilji and Sagipa. Yeah, but he's still the favorite overall. I don't think you can really say anyone else is like predicted to be doing better than him. How do I like the new Civs? I like him. I like him all so far. They all seem very fun. The Mapuche video will be up tomorrow, the Muiska video the day after that, and then the 2P video the day after that when the DLC comes out. So I'll have my deep dives ready for all of the Civs. Viper being relegated and down to sending. Yep. I haven't tested them yet. Like, has anyone tested them in depth? Last DLC, because the Civs were not... The Civs were seen as very gimmicky and not appropriate for AoE 2. Versus Doubt. Yeah, I don't know. $18. But the Genbos also attack faster, right? I don't know. Like I said, I want to see the actual testing. Still don't have any drafts or anything like that.
I think that's somewhat acceptable.
So here's the deal, guys. The match isn't scheduled to start for another, like, 40 minutes. But what I don't know
For Dragonstar. He's got Viper coming up.
is that... like, is it going to start sooner, or should I do, like, some time filling, or what? Skirmisher? Yeah, that's my concern with the Slinger. And I think I talked about it in my video, is that you're not going to be running into Halbs as the South American Civs. So I'm not too sure what role it fills in a trash war. That said, it is a good counter infantry unit, and of course you can still go for I mean, anti-champions? I mean, yeah, they're good against champions for sure, but, like, their value as a trash unit specifically in the late game feels somewhat limited. Beat Hussars? They should, yeah. Impactful? Because it's the easiest one to understand. I mean, time frame in AoE is always malleable. That said, when making civs like that just don't exist in the context of all of the other civs in the game, it does make it a little awkward. But Mapuche exist as a civilization. Yeah. Like, the 3K civs just don't exist in the context of any of the other civs in the game. Except Romans, I guess, but it's not like they had anything to do with each other. And it's not like Romans really make the most sense either. And Huns don't either, for that matter. They'll draft. Barl's rep card will start at 1730. Like, when is the earlier traces of the Mapuche civilization? Like, I think what people often get twisted is the difference between an empire and a civilization. I know the game's called Age of Empires, but the factions are civilizations. Oh yeah, also let's change our casting audio here for co-casting. Present. You could if you wanted to. One, we don't really know how much of a link there is between the Huns and the Heptaphilites. The AoE 2 Huns are entirely based off of Attila's Huns, though. The time frame? Yes, people very much care about the time frame. They sure do. Again, guys, maybe in like a few minutes the draft should be starting, and T90 will be gonna want to be on the call soon. So hopefully that'll be getting going. There's Barles versus Primsul Ottokar II. Okay, now it's Barles versus Repard. There we go. Let's get these drafts going for you guys. Then I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll get back, and then we'll probably get on with T90 soon. Let's also update this. Yeah, the Heptaphilites had step origins. For sure. But again, when it comes to especially nomadic people in Central Asia, civilization and like ethnic identity are extremely fluid. And it's much more about, are you nomadic versus settled? And what is the traditions of like the strong leaders, right? So it's a very complicated and fluid process, like existence, that isn't really it doesn't gel well with the core structure of AoE 2. So AoE 2 just has to approximate as best it can. Multiple groups, that's almost always the case. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. We'll be right back, and then hopefully we'll get on with T90 in just a moment. And here we are. All right.
2 more sets today. What's up, chat? Chap likes pizza. I like pizza too. Thank you for the 10 months. Civ picks and Civ bans are about to begin. Chill, thank you for the 23. Earlier today, we had some gifted subs on YouTube.
Looks like we have a Civ draft now as well. Oh, we do have Tulo. Awesome. First time we're going to be seeing that in TTL, and by we, I mean me. Chats, I will not ask him to do that. In general, if I'm casting with someone else for their tournament, I'm not going to be like, oh, we should need to do things this way or that way. Also, T90's poor chat doesn't deserve you guys. You can take that however you want to mean it.
He says, sneaky TTL while grocery shopping for my wife for Valentine's Day. You're in the grocery store right now?
All right. Civ draft is now starting. So what are the Tulo civs? Chinese are like, were the best civ there. But I guess they were banned. Northern Crossing, that's a pretty decent set of maps, honestly. Honestly. Obviously. A different flavor of immature, yeah. And what do you know, Vietnamese first pick. What do you know? Kokomo. picked. I mean, Seychelles is okay. Who is strong on Valley? Just like the generic good civs. For like semi-open land maps. So it's probably going to be Vietnamese. Let's see what Repard goes for. I mean, it's not like Armenians or Bohemians are top tier open map civs. I mean, one of those is probably for Tulo. Japanese for Northern Crossings. Armenians probably for there. Bohemians probably for Tulo. Malay probably for Tulo. Khmer. Yeah, I mean, Khmer versus Vietnamese seems fine to me. Yeah. This is one of those situations where I don't think the last two civs are going to matter either way. I mean, he can try and counterpick, but it feels like both players have their civs. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those map pools where all of the maps are very different from each other. So you just pick your civs, and then I think it's just pretty clear. And the final civ! The final civ! Aztecs. The Az attack. I think you just go Vietnamese and Khmer. I think. Now I need to find the tab that has all the important stuff on it. Okay, here we are. We are in the lobby. Yeah, I think this should be just Bohemians and Malay. I mean, you might want to throw in another civ there. It's not like you can't play any of the other civs. I think just based off of the priority. Who is a shoo-in? I don't know. All of these units except Plumed Archers and Karambits have shoes, right? Elephants don't have shoes. Do the Dravidians have shoes? The Urumi? Do the Jags have shoes? Actually, we are not even with that many shoes. Armenians have shoes, Vietnamese have shoes, Japanese have shoes, Georgians have shoes. I'm not confident on the shoeness of any other civ in this draft. Many sandals, yeah. Alrighty, failed to download match content. What a great start to a series. Oh boy. In horseshoes, that's very true. Only, yeah, that's true. One minute. Oh! C'est intéressant. And I wonder if this is a counter, like, well, yeah, I think maybe this is the counter pick. Man, T90's chat has 3,000 people in it and like 2 jokes between them. SMH. Yep. All right, let me set up the scoreboard here. And I mean, whenever T90 wants, he can. I messaged him. Ah, here we are.
Right now.
Hello, hello, hello.
Ornlu, I'm so sorry. I got so excited about this build. I apologize.
It's okay. I'm just, sitting here crying in the corner, all by my lonesome, a single rain cloud above my head.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to get right into it here because this is a very specific build. Rapard has gone for Aztecs. Now, in a Regicide start, you have 0 gold in the bank, which means you cannot loom. And there's water in the middle on this map, which sometimes players are going to dock. So Rapard has got instant barracks. He's adding militia, and he knows those villagers are there. This is fully designed to take the middle and punish this on what is normally kind of a fast castle map. So yeah, we'll see. I think we're about to find out if Barrows is expecting this, and the militia are on the way for Rapard. But I like the build because Rapard is going to need some wins this season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Rapard did very well in Gold League last season, but at least a trend that I've noticed is that you have these players that can do really well in Gold League, but are really going to struggle once they make it up to Platinum. And I think Rapard on paper is one of those players, but I mean, of course, the thing with having all of these different maps in the tournament is that if you are well practiced with your builds like this, then you can certainly find some success. And like you, I really like this build.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like is he didn't attack the builds. Like, where's he going? Like, is it because the tower has crazy range or what? I think he could still run around. Those villagers have no loom.
Oh, maybe he's expecting the lumber camp to not be walled, but that feels like kind of like why would it not be walled? Like, Bartles is a good player. That's going to happen, and it's much more difficult to wall in all of those box turtles. So it looks like the militia are going back there, but certainly a little bit of a lost opportunity.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, I agree with your point. Ideally, I remembered the schedule for the day, we could have talked more about it. But Rapard is in full-on send it mode. He was not expected to make it to Platinum when he got promoted from Gold in an impressive fashion. And he knows it. Everybody knows it. So that's what this is. He's on the way to Feudal Age, which is kind of uncommon again on the map because a lot of people would see this as Fast Castle. And he's currently bashing down the dock, which I feel like isn't the play. I feel like Barrows could just repair it.
I mean, unless I'm crazy. I mean, this is my first time actually seeing Tulo in TTL this season. Why couldn't he just, like, walk around? I mean, it's kind of tough for the Vills to wall themselves in, no?
I agree. So the tower has a lot of range. The tower has 13 range, so I'm trying to math it out. But I don't think 13 range stops Rapard from running around and just attacking the Loomless Vills. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that should be the play, I think.
Because you didn't even force Loom out of Barrels. You remember, you guys, you start with 0 gold because this is Regicide settings, like T90 said, but I mean, you didn't even force your opponent to get gold before clicking up, and right now it feels like Barrels is kind of having his cake and eating it too. He's got that nice early income, and he is going to be up to the Feudal Age at the same time, of course, thanks in part to the power of that Malay age-up bonus.
Barrows is probably like, what on earth is this guy doing right now? Like, this is crazy. And Barrows is going to make a demo. Yo, Rapard, you got to get out of here, pal.
Yeah.
You got to get out of here.
And he still doesn't even
Yeah.
have Loom. He just doesn't care, man. He just is going to keep queuing up Vills. Not a single worry here. We have the Men-at-Arm upgrade incoming, but this is a huge investment here from Repard, and he's got to do something with it. The Vills are going to be retreating back to the safety of the circle base, but it still feels pretty tough here for Repard to make something happen.
So again, I saw this exact build, the exact thing, and what happened in those games was Stark went and he drushed and Vil rushed the wood line. So that, I think Repard saw all of that. There's that information in his head, and it worked because it wasn't walled. But Barrels knew it, Barrels walled it. And Barrels has shown a lot of confidence. He had no Loom the entire time, and I think maybe a mental block for Repard to never go for those Vils. Now he might not want to because the dock is up, but he goes for the archer range. Behind this, I remember the Kings are out. The Kings still just chilling out there in the open for Repard. It's probably fine, but you pretty much pick Aztecs for this opening, Ornlu. Otherwise, he could have gone Bohemians. So the fact that the opening hasn't done anything yet is a little concerning.
Yeah, and like that was actually something I was noticing with the draft. Is like, you know, we're seeing the civs getting picked, and I'm like, okay, this seems pretty cut and dry. You just pick your first 3 civs. The 3 maps in this particular pool are quite different from one another. But then Repard just went and picked that last Aztecs pick, who in general are going to be a much weaker closed map civ than Bohemians. Not that Aztecs are bad, it's just every civ is a worse closed map civ than Bohemians. So yeah, I mean, this is something special, clearly planned, and it hasn't been ineffective, but I would say not effective enough.
Yeah. Well, he got Arson, so his idea is to just break down these buildings. He'll build the tower, but there's a counter tower from Barrels. A detail on the map for those that haven't seen it. The stone is all on the outside, and you have to chop your way through. And those trees have 200 wood. So it's basically like having 4 layers of trees in terms of how long it takes. So Barrels now can't build a second town center easily when he makes it to the next age. There is a dock from Repard, so he could go for a fire or something and pressure the fish. The fish are normally not a huge focus on this map, but can be. And another detail I'm noticing is that I think Repard, through all the chaos, lost a villager to... Wait. What happened? Barrels lost in eco?
Yeah, I noticed
Did they both lose a villager to a boar?
Barrels, I think, lost the Vil to Repard, and Repard lost the Vil to a boar.
That's okay. All right. So yeah, the math was not adding up there, but it does make sense. We barely had time to talk about anything, and these guys are actually playing the game. So it does make sense that some craziness could have happened.
Well, the fishing ship, one of the fishing ships went down. That was the lost unit for Barrels, and I think Repard just lost a Vil to a boar.
Yeah. Yeah, and also another villager's going to go down. Oh, man, Barrels got some crazy value from that scout. Scout's still alive as well.
Scout, man. It's like throwing its sword there at the last second.
Well, Barrels is an interesting player. I feel like we've talked a lot about Repard, but Barrels, I think, has the talent to go deep into the playoffs here. You look at the group, and there's some other big names. There's really just 4 big names, you'd say. But I think he's got what it takes to maybe get into that top 3 and maybe get into playoffs. He's been in really good shape. So important for him and basically anyone who plays against Repard and Lakes to get the wins while they can against the promoted players.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tough group. I mean, you have Liereyy, MbL, and Tato, and I think Barrels all sort of jostling there for the top spots. Feels like Lierey's pretty close to, guaranteed to go through. I think MbL, Tato, Barrels is maybe a lot closer between the 3 of them than maybe some people expect. And, depending on how prepared Barrels is, he's a little bit inconsistent at times, but, if Barrels is on, he can certainly take it against anybody.
Oh, man, just some of these tiny details for Repard. You've seen the aggression, but just the tiny details, like the 2 villagers on the dock could have maybe killed. There, I think it's worth the risk to maybe snipe 1 villager building the town center, but he's going to need to get to Castle Age, and I think he might continue the aggression because he just saw the second town centers up from Barrels. He didn't kill a lot of eco this game, and Barrels is melee, so almost a guaranteed villager lead with the melee anytime it's a fast castle.
Yeah, and that's just the thing when going up against a civ as powerful as melee. It's just the base power of their eco is so high that a game where not a whole lot happens is going to favor melee. Just because they're going to charge so far ahead in economy, it's going to be tough to come back. And it's not like Barrels is sticking on the 1 TC either. He's secured those extra resources out on the side. So that's going to be really nice. It also sort of fends off an angle in which his opponent could attack him, which I like as well. And right now, it's just, Barrels is comfy, man. He's like in pajamas.
Yep, very comfy. Yeah, he's in PJs right now, and it's just the confidence you have when you see the group and you have had such a long career. Everyone here has played against Ripard and ranked and whatnot. They know he can be really dangerous and really aggressive, but I think everyone was also kind of surprised. It was just like, really? Ripard made it? And it was a crazy run, don't get me wrong, but the part of the issue for players outside of the top 15, let's say, is just the consistency.
Yeah.
And for Ripard to be consistent enough to deliver when you have MbL, Liereyy, Barles, and Tattoo in the group, it was tough the first round. It's going to be tough here, but there is something I like about this guy, and he understands the state of the game, and he plays to it. Some people would just boom now, and they'd always get out boomed. He's going to go for a crazy all-in push against that town center.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the correct play here, and as you're saying, it takes a fair amount of recognition. Unfortunately, he didn't have a blacksmith, so you can't build a siege workshop yet, so that's a little awkward. But
yep.
There are too many times I've seen players who are platinum level players, and I know you've seen this as well, where they literally just do the same thing as their opponent, but worse when they're behind.
Yep.
And it's like, this isn't going to ever win you the game, so at least go for the play that's going to give you an out, possibly. I mean, yes, Barles is, has a huge percentage chance to win the game, but it's not guaranteed yet. And Ripard's job right now is trying to find that, slim opportunity that he can really make something happen.
The main thing you would do, as the Siege Workshop goes up very aggressively, and Barles can see it, the main thing you would do in a normal game against someone when they're pushing you is you'd go to stone super early and plan around guard tower and or castle, but he just got to stone. So he actually just bought some, and he's building a university. So his plan is to get on the stone in the back now and build some guard towers. But wow, that's crazy though from Barles. He preemptively bought the stone, building the university. Really nice timings right after seeing the siege.
Yeah, and I think that if you're Barles, you can sort of look at it in the lens of, okay, how could I lose the game at this point? And especially against a very powerful aggressive civ like Aztecs, Monk Siege Push could certainly be one of those ways. Also, Barles is one of those players that's like contractually obligated to get guard tower every game. So, I mean, that makes sense as well. But yeah, here's the fast imp fault behind it, which I absolutely love.
That's crazy, dude. Imp? Like, 33 villager imp? It is regicide. So right now, Barles is investing into fletching. He's investing into guard tower. He's expecting a big push to come. In actuality, all Ripard is going to do is save up for a castle, drop a forward castle, maybe where that tower is, and try and treb push Barles. This is one of the faster imps you'll ever see. This is crazy.
It's so fast. Wow. Literally
he's got
infinitely fast.
One monk, one archer, and 2 men-at-arms. And he's going imp with no blacksmith upgrades and 1 eco upgrade.
Yeah. Or, none of that could happen, and none of it could matter because DE likes to randomly speed up. And if the game is over...
I see. We have the another bleeped GG here, and yeah, didn't spoil on my end. He just calls it. Wow, he just calls it. I mean, he was so far behind. He lost a villager to the scout in the back. I mean, he had no army, right? Like, I think he wanted a castle forward. I honestly am disappointed. I would have liked to see him still try that. Like, at least play on and like, drop the castle. You're probably dead, but, like, do something. But yeah, Barles was just way ahead. It comes back to the start for me. Ripard picked the Aztecs for the early opening. He didn't even push Barles off the fish. He didn't kill those 2 vills. He didn't kill the fishing ships, and he couldn't get to the wood line.
I wasn't sure. Is he maybe not confident in his early unit control against Barles? I mean, Barles is very good with the early villager and militia fighting. Of course, he is one of the best Black Forest players. But even so, if you're picking Aztecs, this is the sort of thing that you have to imagine is going to happen, and you have to just go for it. And unfortunately for Ripard, a little indecisive, and that cost him.
I think it's such a niche situation, and everyone who gets here has played thousands of games and encountered these situations dozens of times at least, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most of these players have probably never played more than 10 games on Toulouse. This build is because he saw it work before, and when it worked before, it was because it was man-at-arms. It was the drush onto the wood line into the follow-up of archers. So I think the information that he had, what he saw work, was about the wood line and not the fish, and so he couldn't have the critical thinking in the moment to realize no loom. That's the only explanation I've got.
Yeah, and that's also going to still speak of a lack of experience, because even playing in this situation like 10 times in like practice games, for instance, you still don't have that necessarily have that like natural adaptation to the game state that you would have if you're playing Arabia or Arena or one of the more common maps. And that's just where your experience as an overall player, especially at the top level, is really going to come into play, and just that on-the-spot decision-making no matter the situation.
You could tell if you've never seen Rapard play before, like, he likes to send it. He goes for it.
Oh, yeah.
Everything about that was kind of all or nothing. But no, I agree with you. And I think players can almost draft around that, right? Like, if you know your opponent has to go all in every game, you could just pick super adaptable civs that are really tough to break. Like, Malay is super hard to beat. They have a guaranteed eco lead. Vietnamese is one of the best late game civs in the game. It gets a very good draft considering these circumstances for Barls.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at his civs, and it's like, these are some of the strongest civs in the game. You know, we like to throw around the word power creep a lot in the community. These are the power creepers on Barls' side of the draft. They're so good in so many situations that if you just execute a standard game plan, you are going to have a lead.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So we'll see. I mean, Rapard's got his home map coming up. It'll be on Northern Isles. Barls doesn't really have any weaknesses as a player. I feel like he's good on open maps. He's good on closed maps. He's good on water maps. But if there was a map where maybe I haven't seen him be as dominant, it would be the water style maps. Because he typically likes like closed arena style or Arabia style. He's not... I think this is more so down to the fact we don't see a lot of water games. But
yeah, I mean, it's just like in tournaments in general, there might be like one full water map in the map pool. And so it feels like unless the person is really known in the community for liking water maps, you just never really see how good any player is one way or the other, because it just doesn't come up very often.
Yep. Well, here we are. We got Northern Isles. This was Rapard's home map. Obviously, game number one. He had a strategy to send it. Barls was able to get the walls up, played very patient, and survived. I think you can be patient to an extent because you're the better player, but Armenians are dangerous on water maps, Ornlu. So in terms of civ strength, the longer the game goes, I definitely prefer Rapard's situation.
Yeah, it is interesting because in a pure galley rush, Armenians or Vikings, in my opinion, are probably the two top civs. So if you wanted to play that very aquatic style, shall we say, it's going to be... I would say even a little bit of a downside here for Japanese with the galleys. That said, if you want to go for early pressure, Japanese are like the best hybrid pressure on land and water, and you have the sick fishing ships behind it. So I think that if Barls can still sort of take the game in the direction he wants, and he can go aggressive if he wants to, he can go for like a bunch of fishing ships in the back if he wants to, whereas Armenians are still going to be happiest just going for a pure galley rush.
Yeah, and this map is designed to do exactly what you just said about the Japanese. You've got the crossings in the north and the south. You also start with the transport ship, so both of those things give you avenues to mix in some land pressure. What I would like to see from Rapard is recognize that's what the Japanese are always going to do, right? Like, Japanese are always going to go man-at-arms. There's no doubt about it. So don't try and play too heavy on water and receive that pressure on land with no resistance. I think the Armenians can pretty much match the Japanese if they can get to longsword. They're the only civ that can go longsword and feudal. So I would want infantry opening from both and then adapt from there.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a bit trickier, though, for Armenians, just because you don't generally have as much food on a water map. I know it sounds paradoxical, guys, that on the map with fish, you don't have as much food, but the way it works out is you spend more villager time investing into wood early on, so that then you can add in the fishing ships, and it's a little bit more delayed, which actually makes going for fish plus men-at-arms a little bit of a trickier opening if you don't have, like, a very direct civ bonus for it.
Yeah, I think if you backdock, you should have a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And actually, something Barls could do, because Armenians have the better galleys, and Armenians are going to want the time to get the food. Something Barls could do is maybe go forward dock here. Some people will bring a villager in a transport ship, build a dock directly on the other side next to their dock to pressure their fish, and then go man-at-arms. That's hard to do, especially when you scout with the transport and you have to get home, but just spitballing here, I think that would be maybe the best way to play against the Armenians.
I think it's a really interesting idea. I don't know if you get the fish out fast enough, though, if you do that, right? Because it delays your dock. I mean, I haven't
mean,
really
like,
seen it.
in early feudal, maybe
Yeah.
you could pick up the villager now, but the transport's actually still so valuable because it skips so much walking time for the man-at-arms. So I think we'll probably need to see those transports in use for the units if there are any.
Yeah, it would definitely make the most sense. But as we see, guys, it is a back dock from both players. So as is always the case when casting, they just do always what you say they're not going to do.
Yeah,
just chill.
We could also see if you really lack confidence in the meta, if you're Repart, you could go fast castle with back fishing ships and try and go for warrior priests, to be honest, and transport a church as well and drop it on Barles' face. Like, that could be really strong here.
Yeah, nerfs aren't in yet, guys. So we are still at the fully operational fortified churches and warrior monks. So it's it could be an option for sure, especially if, like you're saying, you're just not as comfortable in a pure macro game.
I've been crazy busy with TTL, and I tried to do what overview I could of the upcoming civs, but did they publicly discuss what they're going to do nerf-wise for the fortified church, or is that still private?
It's in the game, so it was okay.
So it's
it's literally in
the
stuff I
patch,
can show, or we can show, obviously.
Okay,
so,
can you remind me what the changes are then, and the viewers as well?
Yeah, so what's going to happen, guys, is that the warrior priests are now going to be more expensive on the food cost. They're going to go from 30 food to 40 food, so that's a 33% increase on a resource that's hard to come by in early Castle Age. And the fortified church, extra arrows are not doing bonus damage to buildings anymore, and fortified churches are losing base range but are affected by fletching upgrades, which is more range in the late game, but means that in the early game for those early rushes, it's not as good.
Okay, nice changes. Nice changes. I like that.
Yeah.
All those, I mean, it's a triple nerf. So I think the devs realized how ridiculous the church rushing situation was. I think you could argue it's still very strong, but they don't want to nerf it to the ground, which does make sense. Scout for Rapard looking around right now, and he's doing the right things. I know he's the underdog. I know he's 0-4 right now, but he sees the barracks. He's confirming it will be man-at-arms from his opponent, and he's going for 2 docks on the back, which tells me he will go for galleys. He will need some resistance to this rush, though. Barles is going to load up with a villager and with 3 militia and move across the water here.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you know it's coming. Okay, defensive tower immediately here for Repart. The good news for him is that his gold and his wood are at least relatively close to each other, but I'm still thinking we're going to need to see some palisade walls at the very least, just to keep your villagers safe. You don't want men-at-arms camping underneath your tower or anything like that, and you just need to buy yourself some time. You have the extra nice double bit axe as Armenians. You want time to build up those galley numbers.
Yeah, but he sees it. His own transport ship is there. He sees that Barles is there. And Barles, I don't think, knows which wood line Repart is on right now. So he's going the other way. There's nothing over there right now. He could long-term maybe deny the berries, but there's still goats, there's still fish. So far so good for Repart. Still a lot of time for Barles. He's on the back making fire galleys with his fishing ships. He's got 5. And he's going to do the right thing. And if you can't kill villagers, you might as well just take down the house here.
Yeah, because property values aren't high enough these days. You just gotta limit that housing space even more. No, but I actually like that there's even more fishing ships behind this. You know that your opponent doesn't have anything that's pressuring you immediately, so you just get that little bit of extra time to get a little bit more of a fishing eco for Japanese.
Yeah, the more galleys you make, the longer you are from having any type of defense here. But Repard still understands that he's got the tower, which is mostly protecting the wood line, mostly protecting the gold. I think this is the right time now. Obviously have to save those vills. Those vills are definitely further than they want to be from safety, but the barracks means the range will come up eventually. And the galleys now, oh man, the multitasking. The galleys patrolled forward right into a fire, and Repart notices a little late.
Oof.
The fire is going to chase that down. That's super weak right now. And the vills.
Yeah.
And the vills go down.
Oh dear. Well, this is clearly just a multitasking issue, or not an issue, it's just Barles doing a better job of it, and that is quite painful. Even the gold mining upgrade coming in for Barles before clicking up to Castle Age, interestingly, still adding in even more fishing ships and fire ships. There's just all of these granular advantages that Barles is continuing to get as he's just making his opponent uncomfortable.
Well, we talk about it all the time. Galleys versus fire galleys. If it's just water, galleys always dominate. It's not really even close. But when you combine the land pressure, the multitasking element's ridiculous. And it's so easy for Barles because he just patrols, almost like patrolling a random knight on land. And then Barles is got to mass up his range units. So I think, or Rapard does. So Rapard still can kill the fish. But for now, Barles is still harassing enough on land where that'll be difficult for him to focus on. Man-at-Arms attacking the house. They'll take that one down pretty quickly. And Rapard still needs to move forward with his galleys. Still needs to get some skirmishers or archers out at home. But there he moves on water.
There's a lot that he needs to do right now. He's, I think, trying to save at least some resources for Castle Age, but the eco balance isn't great because of all the vills on gold. It just does not help you in the short run, and because Barles' own eco has been completely untouched, he can just cruise his way up to Castle Age right now, and there really is no major downside to the position here of Barles.
It's just so good, right? Like, it's just so good. Also, look at this detail. Barles understands he's going to get hit by the galleys. He shifts all of his fishing ships to the front. He's going to drop a dock there and keep the fish safe. That is so good. He's got perfect balance with all of his resources. Switched to berries, added the farms, has the perfect ratio on the sheep. And even has a fire galley in the back to disrupt Rapard on the water there too. There's just so much for Rapard to look at right now. Just a clinic from Barles.
Yeah, I mean, the galleys... It requires so much babysitting, as you're saying, and the fire galleys don't, and that just allows you to multitask so much better. I mean, next patch, it's going to be even easier. You just patrol the hulks in every direction all at once.
Yeah,
so,
how do you feel the hybrid and water maps are going to be with the new water patch for TTL? Because that's coming, and that's going to be in the middle of the season. Do you think that's going to be... I guess, one-dimensional? Or do you think it'll add a lot of variety?
I have an answer for you. Clink, 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 clink.
So we have instead of the bells from all the ships that we've been annoyed by for years, it's going to be something else. Oh my God.
Man.
Well, Rapard, he did notice for a while there were no fishing ships in the back, so he looked around for them. I don't think he realizes where they are. There's now still a villager there from Barrows, so he could build another forward dock. Castle Age is about to be in for Barrows, and it's just... You feel for Rapard right now. Because, like, congratulations, you got promoted to Platinum League. And now you've been rewarded by being massacred by the very best in the world.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Because I think this is just an example that the skill gap between gold and platinum is so huge that even though these are all, top 40 to ish players in AoE 2, the difference between like the top 10 to 15 and then the top 30 to 40 is just, it's a very obvious gulf.
Yep. And also part of it too is Rapard. He has gone for high risk, high reward. I think the galleys from the back, very risky approach. Barrows would need to make mistakes, and Barrows has been forcing the mistakes instead. We do have a lot on stone, and Rapard again is realizing he's behind and maybe planning on a castle. But I don't know how much the castle is going to change in the near future. He still only has 250 stone, which will take time.
Is a castle drop even better than going for a fortified church and some siege? It feels like you're spending a lot of ill time on stone. And it's like if you had maybe a better early castle unique unit like that, maybe, but it just doesn't feel like a castle and a couple composite bowmen is going to be quite as good as, quite as hard to stop.
If you make one knight, I mean, this is bad. He's losing all of his fish. Barrows has all of his fish. He's going to lose all of his navy. But if you make one knight, oh God, he's in a transport. Rapard, get out, get out, get out, get out! No! No! Villagers didn't take swimming lessons. But okay, well he resigns. That we've all been there. You make it to Castle Age and then you tap out.
Yep.
Oh God. I mean, I think the logic there though, you make one knight, it escorts your villagers across, and then maybe you can drop a castle on Barrows TCs, but you have no scouting, you have no easy way to get there, and Barrows just multitask the crap out of him there. That was so good from Barrows.
Yeah, and what's, Barles is actually a slower player, guys, than Rapard. Rapard's quite fast. Barles is, somewhere in the average range for a pro AoE2 player, but it just goes to show that APM isn't literally everything, as how you are, like, where exactly you are looking and when is far more important than just being able to click as quickly as possible. Yeah.
I think if you're going to go galleys there, you obviously need to kill the fish as quickly as possible. I think I would maybe even like forward docks for that, because easier for you to get to the opponent's fish. Now, on the flip side of that, it's also easy for the early fire pressure to have success. So I can understand the logic, but yeah, Barrels with the forward. It was calculated pressure. Yet again, 2 quick wins for him. Still does remain very important for Ripard. I mean, you go 0-6. Very unlikely that you're going to make playoffs. Could be unlikely that you survive. You snag a win here, and then maybe you start to pull some results together in the final 3 rounds, and something's doable. So we'll see. But series isn't over yet, and it's important that you have the ability to turn it around. Like Dragon Star in the previous set, first 2 games didn't look good, and he was able to turn it around on his opponent's home map.
Yeah, and map number 3 here is going to be Valley, so a pretty normal map. So there isn't anything that's going to like immediately lose you the game, at least most likely here. No real fish involved. You don't have the Malay eco as we are getting here into this game number 3. So, I mean, if there was a time maybe for Repart to do something a little bit more standard, this could be an opportunity.
Yeah, now when we reworked Valley, this is a map that's been in the game for a very long time. We wanted it to be more open, because I feel it was always designed to be a somewhat aggressive map, and then we wanted there to be plenty of food in the middle. So the majority of the middle is shorefish and chickens and rabbits. That's one of the best additions they brought to the game recently, is the unpushable food. We did sprinkle in the occasional deer, because I still like the option for someone to push deer. I didn't want it to be a guarantee of 4 or 5, right? It's just like 1 or 2. But just looking at the woodline setup here, if someone wanted to wall, I could see Ripard doing it. And it won't be easy, but doable. For Barrows, he could do it, but then his gold is very exposed. So actually kind of a complicated map here for Barrows to play.
Yeah, I mean, look at those forage bushes. So far flung from any of the other resources he's likely to take. His natural wood lines are in like, it's like a perfect triangle of gold, food, and wood that are as far away from each other as possible.
Yep. Well, I think with Khmer, you already know, Ripard's plan here is to probably just go for scouts, spam those farms, and he'd be completely fine with it getting a little bit messy. He's looking for the deer now. He's going to find one of them, and he's going to be pushing one in. Barrows is also looking for one, maybe. I think more than anything, he's looking for his boar, which he's going to find.
I think he sees it. Yeah, he sees the boar.
Yeah.
He's fine. Note that there is only 1 Vil on wood so far for Repard. Khmer, one of the very fastest civs in the game. You can get a super quick uptime with them, depending on how well you can work that early build. And we're only on 11 pop, and we have that second boar coming in. And I gotta say, this is one of the things I like about the 3 Vil starters. It feels like there's a little bit more opportunity for these sorts of builds.
Shout out to the admin team for noticing this, because I didn't, but we actually are going to have a restart here because there's a missing gold on Ripard's side. So we're going to get a he's missing one of his 4 tile golds. Players have been notified, so I think we could just back out of this one. And
it should have been Muiska. Get the longer lasting gold to make up for it.
Yeah, I think it just double checking it now. Yeah, there's more. There's 4 more tiles of gold on the side of Barrels. So we will go back and they will replay this one. Thank you, admins, for noticing that. That's one of those things you don't want to notice way later, right?
Yeah, nothing actually important happened in the game. Neither player really had to like tip their hand to the other as to what exactly they were doing, so we can just restart and be on our merry way.
Imagine if, I don't know, maybe it was game 7 to qualify for a LAN and we couldn't notify the players and they just played the whole game with no spectators. Dear. And then we said, hey, your map was bugged. Imagine if that would happen. Luckily, that doesn't happen in AoE2.
AoE2 only has the most rigorous professional standards for every single event.
I mean, we're patting ourselves on the back here, but we have the players in voice channels with their mics muted. And then, you know, the second there's an issue, the admin just hops in and says like, hey, you gotta restart it. So that's how we're able to do this. But
it's really the only way we can do it, because you can't ask the players to be focusing on things other than the game when they're playing. So you just need someone to literally be able to yell at them, "Stop!"
Yeah, all the note, like for the most part, Discord, Steam, any way you'd contact them, all those notifications are muted in a game. So, but for a restart, for anyone who's new, it has to be the same civs. So we already know that, and it'll still be Valley, but I will say Barrels might have a slightly better map. and he just did, because that gold was super far forward. So
Well, he's at least much more likely to have a better map, so he probably can't complain too much, even though he technically had the better map there. But Valley itself is, I think, just such an inherently normal map here in the tournament. It's probably the closest you can get to regular Arabia, so I think it should be fine.
It's been fun, though, to see like a player like Dragonstar goes for crazy militia, mill in the middle with 8 vills, and then you have players who will take 0 risks and will just leave all the chickens and the hares there, you know? There's just such a big difference in how games can play out. Dragonstar might be the exception, to be honest, but I really tried to get people to justify going to the middle here.
As a, map, I guess you're in charge of still the maps and the tournament organizer, there's only so much you can do to try and force players to do something interesting. But it's not like back in the day during like ECL or like the early NACs when people would just play Valley and just go full wall and then never take the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, the normal version of Valley, the in-game version of Valley is super wall heavy. I would, if there's a dev listening, I would love for them to change it, to like open it up, switch out, like basically take these ideas. I think it is more to the spirit of the map, but we'll see.
We will have to see. At least we are getting map changes here and there, so
I really
slowly get them.
Did you see the rework of Step?
No, I didn't actually.
The new Step is really nice. I saw it for the first time a day or two ago. It's the same concept as before, but it's way easier to move around with the different wood lines. It's way there's more golds. Old Step didn't really have any golds beyond golds in the middle. There's like some neutral golds added to the side. There's some elevation in the middle, just a couple little tiny hills here or there. Just added some more spicy elements. So I liked what they did with Step.
No, that's nice. I've spent like the last 2 days stuck in the scenario editor, so figuring out everything with the new Civ. So good to see all these different changes.
All right, well here we are, game 3. There was a restart because of gold, so just quick double glance from me. It looks to me like all the golds have generated, so everything should be fine. Hope the viewers have been enjoying this series. We've got a big one coming up. MbL versus Liereyy is the third game, or third set today. That one, 2 superstars against each other here. This one is Ripard, the underdog, trying to get the win. He's gone for the Khmer. He's got a great map for a scout rush, but the gold is kind of forward there. And for Ripard, he'll want aggression, and he will not want Barrels to be able to wall here.
Definitely not, but having that gold in the back, it's just so much easier. Like, if you were to make a triangle between the forge bushes, natural woodlines, and the main gold, it is a much smaller triangle that you'd have to make on this generation compared to the last. So that's going to be nice here for Barrels, and especially Vietnamese. It's not like they're a slow Civ. Like, they're still fantastic in the early game, but they're not as fast as Khmer, so you probably want to play at least a little bit more defensive in the, like, super early game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, we want all the maps to be 50-50. I'll just be real, though. I mean, this map's a little bit better for Barrels. It is what it is. The berries and the gold being on the back and having some safe woodlines is very nice. So if I were Barrels, I'm the favorite here. You know your opponent's going to bring some pressure. I would play to my map. I would play towards walls. I would play towards spearmen, because the Khmer sometimes skip their barracks and won't have their own spears. And then once you're walled up, you just kind of adapt from there.
Yeah, and I think that it's still critical. I mean, the game mode is called Random Map. I mean, it's just sort of what makes Age of Empires what it is. And I was actually looking at some of my very old casts from 2018 the other day, and it's like, back then people really adjusted their strategy based off of their map generation because there was so much more variance in what you got. And I feel like, although maps are much more consistent now, as they need to be, as we have big prize pool tournaments, you still should probably try and play to your map a little bit.
Agreed. I'm of the opinion, and I'm not sure if viewers will agree, I'm of the opinion that we as a community have become very spoiled with maps, to the point where now it's like, it used to be in tournament maps, everyone had kind of a bad map. It's like, yeah, this is why you play Arabia, because the maps are bad, the hills are large, it's a hard game to play, and that's why you'd see lots of chaos, and you'd see longer feudal ages. These days, it's like, well, That hill is slightly closer to that guy's base. GG. That's how people see the game. So I'm with you. What we've tried to do with the 15 map pool is have those maps which are just designed to be bad and chaotic and open, and then have the ones which are a bit more towards the middle. But yeah, no, here's certainly Rapard's going to have to be keeping that gold in the back of his mind. But at the same time, luckily he doesn't need gold for his civs opening.
Well, how can you keep the gold in the back of your mind when it's at the front of your base? You have to keep it at the front of your mind, T90.
Oh my god, dude. Okay. All right, Ornlu. Thank you for that. Rapard trying to push in another deer. I was too busy rambling. I think he pushed in one already, so he's going to get the second, which is rather difficult to find. And the early barracks is up for Barles. So he'll go to militia, which is not what I expected him to do. But he and Winchester, both really good at this. A couple other players might come to mind. And the plan is just a little bit of early pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, it's interesting that we, like maybe 8 months to a year ago, everything was just fast feudal age skirmishers or scouts. Now we really do see that Drush and Men-at-Arm Rush start to creep back into the meta a little bit, just to really try and hit your opponent and punish them if they get too greedy and try and go up too fast with their build.
That hurts there for Rapard, that he wasn't consistently pushing in the Ibex, and the Ibex goes back. Once it starts to go back, it doesn't reset until it goes back where it belongs. So he has to give up on it. But this is also what we wanted to see from the map, right? Like, part of why the drushing is viable here is because, gasp, we might actually see like a Dark Age farm. We might actually see something other than pushing in 4 deer into super fast scouts or archers, right? It's hard to get that extra food income on this map. And here come the militia. Rapard could hop in the houses, but he's not going to get the wall off. He's not on the berries. He's chosen to go up without the mill, which only the Khmer could do here. And yeah, here comes the pressure.
Man, it's why he needs a settlement, man. It would have been so much easier if he was like a Tupi. You could just garrison inside the settlement, and it would be so much safer.
Yeah, the settlements, having played with them already, I like them I like them in theory, but in practice, I end up having my entire base just covered in random settlements. Because you need them for farms, you need them for wood, you need them for gold, and they're so big.
I know.
That I
Have
find
you had
it
villager
just,
pathing issues with them? Because I always feel
Yes.
like my bills are just like derping around constantly because they can't path around the bigger settlement.
Yeah, it's really complicated. Look at this for Rapard. I don't think this was his plan, Ornlu. He wanted the wall, and then he wanted the berries freely, and then he wanted to farm. But now he needs food, and now he's going to the middle. So he will mill the middle. He's on gold, so he will go archers, which feels like a nice play against the build from Barles. Barles doesn't have a scout there. I feel like Barles could still be expecting scouts from his opponent. Very curious to see what he ends up doing. Rapard's been patient enough. He'll weaken that scout. Barles can't realistically leave his militia right now because he's still not in feudal with the speed. And yeah, Rapard really wants the kill there. I would like to see Rapard try and get his first archer forward, but he disagrees. And now Barles will know what he's up against here.
But the reason I like your suggestion of us going forward with the archer is that one of the benefits, guys, of going for a drush like this is that you just have more villagers faster. One of the original reasons you went for a drush is it was actually better for your early eco than trying to go for feudal age, and even with getting like a faster double bit axe, you can see in the resources collected, it is just better here for Barles. So you need to kind of make something happen to justify this faster feudal age time.
Yeah, agreed. I think Barles will see that, and he's like, oh, nice. The archers are here. I now know what his opening is. Also, with his scouting, he could think about it and say, oh, well, the gold's rather far forward, so now we know we can pressure there. Also, you can see the dead hares in the fog of war, so he'll know that those villagers are all exposed, and Barles might actually be able to save his scout here. Rapard needs to be locked in. Losing this scout would be horrible. Barles also saved his scout in the other game on like 2 HP. And Rapard is better than that. He should notice that. He's desperate for the kill.
Oh.
And okay, he runs right on by.
Well, he saves the scout, but you still have the scout alive here for Barles, so he can actually still do its job of being a scout, and that is still quite relevant on a map like this where your opponent will very often have villagers that are far flung away from the TC, so he could potentially find a way to maybe get some extra damage done there. Also, it's just good to have a scout alive.
Rapard's got the food income in the middle. Probably still will need the farms at home, which he's doing. He's got one of his archers at home. He's got the other 3 archers moving forward. That scout taking some damage from the spear is a pretty big deal because it can't disrupt the wall now. He does have the archer still running around. He might have a time window here. He sacrifices the scout. Barrels will know if he's attacking like that he's going to want in. And Barrels is going to wall this up. Should be okay there.
Come on, T-Dotty. Was he really sacrificing the scout, or did it just happen to run by the villager and get killed?
No, you give him some credit. I think he's sacrificing there. I could be wrong, though. I will say that he still could get through because he will have fletching in, and it's still just 1 archer here for Barrels. But Barrels will probably drop a market or something. Yeah, just anything to... Oh, okay. I thought he lost the market for a second. He builds it further back with the house. Barrels... We've seen him in this situation before. He's probably fine.
Yeah, it is a little bit scary, but the weaker villager is coming back home. He's sending a full HP vill out. He has some reinforcements coming in. We also are also going to have the +1 defense in here for the archers of Repard, which is nice. He's also got a stable coming in, and that's one way to effectively utilize that extra food income. And, I mean, Barrels is going to still have to make this defense happen. He's not going into many skirmishers. He just has the first one coming in right now.
I think you add the stable because you're expecting your opponent to go skirmishers here. And so if you see your opponent is not going skirms, maybe you just want to not produce out of that. He obviously disagrees. He's got scouts in queue, and he gets housed for the time being. But, yeah, Repard, again, 0-5 so far this season. Wants some damage. He's up against a fully walled opponent. His gold is very far forward. I think... the second Barrels can counterattack him, he's going to have some very big problems. So one mistake for him, and it could be over. He's got to be careful right now.
Yeah, when you are out on the middle of the map like this, and you are so open here as Repard, the #1 most important thing you need to do is keep track of your opponent's army. Because if you can do that, the fact that you're so open and have villagers so far away won't be as big of a deal, because at least you can react to it. You still have all the map control here, so you can feel at least a little bit safer there. But that said, right now, Barrels is just defending, walling, and looking to get a nice castle age time. Vietnamese wheelbarrow is something I always like to see players pick up whenever they can. It just comes in so fast, so Barrels is doing just fine.
He's bringing villagers. He's bringing a scout or 2. He might want a tower here. Question for you, though, just because who knows how much more time we'll end up having here. They made a change at one point with DE where if you had previously scouted an opponent's gold or stone... sorry, let me back up. So when DE was first released, if you knew someone's golden stone was there and you looked at it at any point in the fog of war, you could tell if it was being taken, which I really hated. Because you need to scout to get that information, in my opinion. So they reverted that, so now you would need to double check it. Now you can still see the hares and the deer in the fog of war. What if they made that change where you couldn't see if someone was on that? I would really be in favor of that.
I would as well, and I thought they did make that change. Or did they only make it for deer? Because I thought you couldn't see deer die in the fog of war anymore.
I'm pretty sure you can still see deer die.
Oh.
Maybe
this is
I'm
what
wrong.
happens when you ban Arabia for like a year. In your ladder games.
Barrels is looking for the vills. Repard is left the middle, though. He's built the tower on the gold. But that means he can't tower on the front, which I think was his initial plan. And Barrels is on the way to Castle Age. And Barrels is pretty well protected. He will see the tower now. But Barrels... Did he sell his stone here? Wow, he actually sold all of his stone, and he's going to be on the way up. 2 archer ranges for him, and seemingly planning around crossbowmen right now.
Yeah, and of course that's going to be perfectly fine. Good timing advantage with the fantastic eco as Vietnamese, and I mean, this just goes to show how freaking good the Vietnamese eco is. You have all your eco upgrades, you're up to Castle Age faster, and you don't even have the middle, so in theory, Repard should have a better eco with all that extra hunt, but it just does not matter because the eco has been so safe and consistent here for Barrels. And now what's going to be so tough for Repard is that he needs to play defense against his opponent's timing advantage, and he is just not very well set up to defend whatsoever.
Well, the positive for him is if he protects that gold in the front, he's got all of his wood in the back, and he's got, in theory, a lot of space to boom back there. But yeah, considering the scoreline and what we know about these 2 players, it's been an uncomfortable game that Barrels has all set up with the Drush. These 2 militia that are about to die now changed this game. He would have never gone to the middle. He would have never played into archers if it wasn't for that Drush. He had to deviate his plan. So well played to Barrels there, and Barrels is going to be up 90-second advantage to Castle Age. That could be more eco upgrades. That could be big army numbers. It's only 10 archers on the map. But with crossbowman timing, the skirms could struggle for Rapard, and he'll have to wait for elite skirmisher here.
Oh, but he could be getting at least a few of these units out of position. That would be a nice little bit of a win for Rapard. And okay, you take what you can get at this point, and destroying 30% of your opponent's archer numbers, not something you're going to complain about. We have the classic Bod Crow combo in here for Barrels, though. He's gonna actually no, he sold the stone, so it's actually just gonna be for the university for now.
He does buy the stone back, so now he can build the second town center. That's the only weakness for the map for Barrels right now, is just the wood lines. All of his wood lines are rangeable. That is not really the case for Rapard because he's got the wood in the back. The other thing is all of his stones are outside of his walls. So there's positives to the start for Barrels, but Vietnamese without stone can kind of struggle. Rats and archers are important. Just defensive castles in general are good with any civ. So let's see if Rapard can hold on. He's getting armor for the skirms. He doesn't have elite skirm in queue yet. That he's going to need to click here.
He can't afford it. He doesn't have the wood for it. Remember, guys, it's a wood costing upgrade, not a food costing upgrade. And that is going to be on its way now. And we're in a situation that I feel like we see a lot these days in the current metagame, where you have one player who's slower up to castle age, they're on the back foot, they're defending, and they're making skirmishers. And I feel like this is a combination of situations that would never give you a win. Because what can these skirmishers really do to, go for a counterattack? Barrels is just adding in so much eco, and I feel like you're really limiting the ways in which you can actually do any counterattack damage.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. You'd want that siege to quickly turn around and be offensive for you. So maybe we'll see, you just want to make siege to be offensive with those skirms, and then you hope that the player in Red's position here doesn't have the food eco to add anything else, which currently would be the case. He's gone 3 TCs. He can't go for knights, but he is going to make a couple fire lancers, which are still very strong and more HP with the Vietnamese, and they don't cost food.
They do not. They are the only infantry to not cost food, so it's much easier to afford in this mid-game eco where food is such a valuable resource. And with Vietnamese, I mean, having that extra HP is just so freaking good. Now, remember, guys, Fire Lancers are getting heavily nerfed in the next patch, or at least they're getting triple nerfed, so that's at least something. But for the time being, still going to be one of the best units for one of the best civs.
Yeah, I think all you want right now is to protect from the forward siege push. And if you protect from a forward siege push, you're happy because you're sitting on 3 town centers. He did actually locate a stone on the left side. And Barrels is fully aware of where those skirmishers are. And so his crossbows are going to come back forward. If he goes a bit more to the right side, he will find 3 villagers for the taking. But right now, there's no... That is very much random. You can never expect there to be anything there, which will work out for Rapard.
That's what, if you remember back in the good old days of the Tower Rush meta, when you actually had players who just had random villagers all over the map because all of the wood lines were towered, and you'd actually just send units out to, every single gold node or stone node just to see where their opponent was. We were gone from those days.
And no bodkin for Rapard, just noticing that.
Yeah.
He kind of had to choose between armor and bodkin. Armor's great against the crossbows, but bodkin would be good against the villagers and the wood lines and such, and even the fire lancers that could come out. Okay, there's a mining camp spotted, so Barrows is like, why is there a mining camp here? But Rapard has run with the vills. He should be able to save them, but clock's ticking economically. 10 villager lead for Barrows. He's cooking up with incredible eco upgrades, and the fire lancers are about to be spammed at these skirms.
And just to make me cry a little bit on the inside, we're going Chimera Cav Archers, a unit that has absolutely no longevity in this matchup. It's not a great Chimera unit in general, and it isn't really likely going to get you very far against a civ that has a great answer to it, and also better Cav Archers.
I mean, we've never seen... If this was your first time seeing Rapard Civ, you would be thinking, why on earth do you ever pick it? Right? Because we have yet to see a moment in this game where the bonuses have clicked or made sense. Yeah. And again, it's all the setup play from Barrows, just like in the Japanese Armenians game. Like, Armenians are insane on water, but because Barrows opened like he did, Rapard could never get going. There was just a class difference here. And it is just one of those players who had such a great performance in gold. Maybe he played his best Age of Empires 2 ever to get to platinum. And now maybe he's a little bit below the level he had in gold. Who knows? But I mean, there's just a level difference right now. And yeah, Cav Archers, I mean, you have ranged unit upgrades already, so you can get value from this unit right now, but it cannot be your end-all be-all. You have to eventually make a switch out of them.
I mean, I say that, and I've seen people just go Teuton crossbowmen for an entire game, and by some people I mean Hera. So
yeah, yeah, you can make inferior units. You can make worse strategic decisions and still win games.
Oh yes,
we
that
see
is
it
where
all
the
the time.
real-time aspect comes in, and just having the micro and the macro and the ability to balance your eco effectively is absolutely paramount. That said, it's a much tougher situation to make work if you don't have a mechanical edge over your opponent, which Repard, unfortunately for him, doesn't have here.
And economic, right? Like, he needs an economy lead, which he hasn't had. Barles is luring him away with that one Fire Lancer there because he knows the skirms could potentially deny that castle. That is a perfect castle. Castle will go up, protect all of that economy, even find the Siege Workshop. And yet, Rats and Archer is the perfect unit against the Cav Archer choice. And you can make it out of the castle. It's a... I don't know if it's fair to say an anti-Archer Archer. I'm not sure what you would call it, but it's pretty much that. It's a very high... Yeah, it's a pretty high Pierce Armor Archer unit, which should be amazing. And Imp is on the way for Barles.
It sure is. And Vietnamese, I mean, on top of all of their other strengths, with that free conscription and inherently cheap ranged unit army over Fire Lancers, they're just one of the best early Imp civs. So not only is Barles going to be hitting Imp with the better eco, he's got a civ that can really leverage it. That said, he's not really making anything right now, so I'm kind of curious as to what you think is how Barles is going to approach those.
I saw another range, so I think he's just going to play skirms, which is also really fine. But he's pretty much just going full eco right now. Maybe he's still trying to get a feel for what his opponent is actually committing to. But I think he's got plenty of time here. He will lose the villagers on the right. That area is still an eyesore for him. But he does have some Fire Lances running around Repard's base. So he'll disrupt him a little bit there at the same time. I think Barles is completely fine losing a villager or two when he's already on the way to Imp, already getting some relics, and we'll have Imperial Age Skirm, but who knows? It's our job to sit here and look at the possibilities for Repard right now, which I guess the positive would be the army count. He does have a lot of military.
He does have a lot of military. The issue is that it's all, a variety of ranged units, and the defense of Barles is way too well set up. Like you were saying, that castle is in a perfect spot. He just has a ton of buildings in the way on the other side. This castle is also very well placed. And Barles is really doing a great job of eliminating all of his potential loss conditions. And now, of course, we are seeing the almighty Skirmisher, because why would you ever want to make anything else? And Fire Lancers, because maybe that's the only other unit that you could ever justify over a Skirmisher.
I can't wait for the Fire Lancer nerf. It is a crazy comp.
Yeah.
The fact that you could build as many Fire Lancers and Skirmishers as you can, at least currently, is crazy. I know Koreans have the cheaper one, but I've seen people get to 90 military early Imp. Normally, to get to 90 military maxed out, you need to have been sitting at 130, 140 vills for a while, get all your upgrades, then you lose a bunch of vills, then you're up to 90, 100 fully upgraded military. But with Fire Lancer and Skirmisher, you can get there very quickly. And if you back that up with some Trebs as well, there's going to be very little time for Repard to mix it up. And what the Khmer do is they make Scorpions, they make Cav, and Elephants. So we'll see, but that takes a lot of time, a lot of resources. He's down by about 25 vills.
Well, Khmer do 3 things well. Elephants, Scorpions, and the unit that is an Elephant Scorpion. So...
And economically, their farms are just super efficient, which unfortunately hasn't been an aspect of the game that has played out well for him, because he didn't farm early and he was on the hunt and he's been under pressure the whole time. His base is wide open. He'll be dropping his first castle now. He's being pushed by the Fire Lancers that still aren't fully upgraded, Skirms that still aren't fully upgraded. He is getting a tiny raid, I guess, with the Cav Archers, but those Cav Archers will be killed off easily.
Yeah, just any
Barles sees his target now with his Treb, so he's going to wait it out a little bit.
I mean, I think the whole thing with the Fire Lancers, and maybe you disagree with this, but I think part of their issue is that specifically Vietnamese and Koreans were 2 civs that were designed and balanced around not having Fire Lancers for a very long time. And they were already very good. And then they got Fire Lancers on top of it. and now they are, I think, the biggest perpetrators of the oh my goodness, Fire Lancers everywhere all the time. And I actually don't think they're as bad for the newer civs.
No, Chinese as well. Chinese as well are insane. Like,
Yes.
I agree. They fit a niche in the tech tree for every other civ, but Chinese, Vietnamese, and Koreans receiving it was a massive boost, at least with how they are presently. Maybe after the nerfs, it's fine. I think the other thing is some of the units they add, you can produce them instantly for and without having to get an upgrade. So it used to be a strategic decision of, do I want to get pikemen and then mass the units? Now it's like, why would I ever do that when I can make a unit that doesn't cost food, so I can still boom, and it's like instantly available. So anything being available instant, also having a built-in ranged attack that is instant with no strategic decision making on like getting to it. Yeah, it's obviously the unit's going to be very, very strong. So
and yet they
we'll
weren't
see
very
what the
good when
nerfs
they were
do.
launched, right? Remember, like, right before the Three Kingdoms DLC came out and they added those to the game, they actually got buffed several times. So at the very least, in theory, once they get nerfed again, which again, guys, they're going to be nerfed in a couple days, hopefully they'll be a bit better.
I also wonder though, like, is it possible they were still fine before and nobody played with them because they're new, right? Because like high level AoE is a lot of repetition and a lot of. Remember Step Lancer? Everyone used to think the Step Lancers were horrible, and then Tata does it in the Red Bull finals, and then everyone's making Step Lancers afterwards. So sometimes units are actually good, and just pro players take a little bit of time to catch on. But
They don't like trying new things. That's why the tournament organizers have to force them to try new things.
Yeah, right. He's got the hand cannons. So the hand cannons can be good. In theory, you can go skirm hand cannon, maybe push this back. But Barles was patient. He's waited for 3 trebuchets. He was going to go with 1 before, but he waited. And this is what I like to see. I think he has misclicked the town center, though. I think he wanted to click the castle. But taking down the town center is not bad either. And he's just going to mow this army down and force it back. Allow his trebuchets to take the base from Repard. And the whole game, he has just been behind. Barles was patient. He boomed. And it's going to be 0-6 for newly promoted Repard. GG.
That's rough. I really feel for Repard just because he did have such a great performance and he was so versatile. Like, I thought it would just be Repard going super aggressive. But no, Repard did well Gold League last year, playing so many different styles of AoE too, but right now he just feels a little outclassed.
Yeah. Game 1, you know, it's not like he didn't come out with different strats. Game 1, he went out with this strategy, which is very specific. It obviously looks a little bad now because you think about the draft and you would say, why not play Bohemians? But he maybe felt like, well, Bohemians is playing late game, and Barles is one of the best late game players, so let's try. Same deal here. I mean, he tried a Civ, which is high risk, high reward, but I just think the drush from Barles was perfect. Barles was able to go full wall, super easy full wall because I made it look easy because of the drush, and it wasn't a full scout game, which is what the Khmer want. He had to play archers. So, GG. Yep. Repard has to turn it around. So far, the theme of this season is promoted players have not been having a great time. I think the only one that has done and has gotten a win so far has been Lewis, if I'm not mistaken. Am I missing somebody?
Mihai.
Oh yeah, true. Mihai. Yeah, Mihai got 3 wins.
Yes, he did.
Mihai crushed. Yeah, true. All right. So yeah, Mihai and Lewis. All the other promoted players currently just not able to get the wins together. So anyways, Ornlu, I did message you. I knew coming into today that this would be a shorter series, potentially. We were right on that, but I appreciate you joining nonetheless, and I'll definitely reach out in the future for more casts, man.
Yeah, I mean, whatever works for you. I am here as needed, so thanks for having me on. Awesome. It's always a lot of fun, man.
Before I let you go, next series, Liereyy and MbL, thoughts there on how that will go?
I'd be very curious to see the maps, because I feel like the more open and standard the maps, I think Lierey's favored no matter what, but I think that MbL's chances are going to increase the more like odd the maps can get.
Okay, so maybe game 1 really dictates a lot.
Yeah, I think that's fair for sure.
Lierey's home map he has a lot of control over, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, MbL is really fun to watch. I think Liereyy favorite maybe like 2-1 or something, but
yeah, I think that's fair.
The maps are going to dictate a lot. All right, dude. Well, take care.
Yeah, you too, man. Enjoy. Oh, thank goodness we got rid of T90. He's the worst, man. Literally the worst. And finally, yeah. Oh, man. That's pretty funny. Anyway, we will cast the last series too. Just why not? Yeah, I was at least able to get a fair amount of work done, in just recording the Muiska stuff, so I think we have enough time to go cast this last set. It's a good one too, so I want to watch it. Hey, the campaigns, thank you. It's a lot of hard work for those in-depth videos, so I appreciate the support. And got more coming. I'm glued to my chair. There's 3. More cost, slower train speed, and less attack? Maybe? Don't remember. Also, thanks for the follows, guys, if you were coming over from T90's stream. Yeah, it's always fun to cast with the T90. Think everything a lot of fun. Oh, now it's getting loud. And of course, I will be covering plenty more stuff coming forward. Other than it's a nerf to Franks. It's one of those things that probably should be in the game from just making things easy for players' perspective. I mean, I'm an old coot who doesn't like change, so it's probably still good. All right, let's see what. All right, so the recorded games for Liereyy versus MbL will be shared in 10 minutes. To Saracen attack. Get these drafts set up for you guys, and we will be on our merry way. Right. Do that. You have Stranded and Zimbabwe. That's what I was talking about with T90. That if MbL can get some of the weirder maps out there, the less hamstring. I wanted to say the less hamstring, the better it is for MbL, but I didn't want to be all like that, so why we put it a little bit more diplomatically. Alrighty. Been a long stream today. Party games will be shared in 7 minutes. To Saracen attack. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I am going to get some food because I'm kind of hungry. And I will be right back, and then we'll be getting the games here hopefully very, very soon. Maybe? There we go. Don't know why the cord decided to start cutting out there. I don't know. Alright, so we'll get the Rex in just a minute here, hopefully. The dog? Corgi? I did not. I hope you're okay, McNeely. Bite of tetanus? Okay. Keep that noted then. Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know, guys. It is past. Oh, now we're saying that. Oh, now we're gonna get in 4 more minutes. Meow, 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 meow. Three minutes, I guess. Hopefully, maybe. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just dying before McNeely. So, guys, what do we think for this series? Valley's map number 1. Probably going to be like the Way versus Malay or something. Maybe Georgians, maybe Portuguese. I think that's the most likely, yeah. I think that Valley and Stranded are both going to be good maps for Liereyy. That said, MbL can make anything work on Arabia, right? Like, all of the standard maps I favor Liereyy on, except for exactly, like, Arabia, where MbL is just always going to be able to be good. There's a reason KOTD is MbL's best tournament. Yep, definitely going hyper random too. Up. Up. Okay, now I got it. All right. Where are we extracting? There we go. There we go. Yeah, the 4OC is AOC. All right, valid time. $40 bracket, what? All right, we are here on Valley once again. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still consuming my lunch. Call me unreasonable for wanting lunch. So, MbL going to be in the gray as the Koreans to the south, and to the north in the green as the Georgians. It will be Liereyy. Yes, lots of towers between these two civs are quite possible. Both are very, very strong in general, for sure. I think we live in a world where Koreans are one of the best civs, and it's not just because of towering. Also, hello, this is Gamer. So we got 2 on wood here for Liereyy. I was wondering if maybe he'd like try to go for a very early middle. And maybe he still will, but we'll have to see. Now, it's actually for 40 Celsius, because MbL likes being in the sauna so much. I think that's also it. Oh no, that sounds like a temperature that a sauna would be at. Alright, nothing too crazy so far. Why does MbL have so many houses? He's already gonna be on 30 pop. The sum total of my life is letting a corgi in and out of my room. That's it. That's all I ever do. Uh-huh. Hold on, guys. Let me get the food out of here. All right. Ah, looks like we are getting a bit of a drosh in here from Liereyy. Ah, forward barracks too. Interesting. Okay, so he is going in the middle with the mule cart. And this is going to be a Metadrom follow-up. I think it was still 2 militia before he clicked up, though. Just, like, on the timing. Barracks coming in here for Mibbles. And he is just getting himself fully walled. That said, this particular walling does not offer him any gold. Okay, militia will be seen over here. Don't think MbL is going to be followed for that one. Well, they only produce units, skirmishers and spearmen for the Mapuche, and it's at half the speed of barracks or archery range. Video on that is tomorrow. And all things Mapuche. Alright. Archery range immediately here for MbL, and lo and behold, he is probably going to go for trash units. What a shocker. That said, Lierey's eco is a lot better, because unlike in the last series with Repard not having as efficient an early eco, Liereyy is extremely efficient with his early macro, and that is going to be affording him plenty of extra resources because he's got these hunters in the middle, and he's just not walled at all. He has 1 palisade wall, whereas MbL spent a lot of villager time and wood getting these walls down. Reaching up, it counts as 1 building. You need a mule cart and another building. So a barracks, a mill, a dock. Whereas the settlements will count as 2 buildings. Probably because they're very expensive. Age up IRL? At least an apartment. Also, horse collars in here for Liereyy, so that's going to be quite nice for him before his first farm was seeded. And he's just going to be able to keep up the pressure. And so it's 4 buildings in 1, basically, yeah. And if you're Incas, it's 5 buildings in 1. And if you're Muiska, it's also a little healing. And if you're Tupi, it's also garrisoning. And for Mapuche, it's both a barracks and a archery range, but only for the trash units. Muiska have the discount. Oh, nice kill there. MbL does draw first blood. Okay, looks like there was a bit of a pausarino. Oh, does it work on a delete? I didn't know that. Again, I haven't done the 2P testing whatsoever. Muiska's going to be finishing up today. I'll probably spend a lot of tomorrow doing the 2P testing, and then we'll be all ready to go. Okay. Stable coming up here at the back. Kind of an odd place to build the stable. But I guess maybe he's thinking about walling like this. Yeah, I guess that makes a bit more sense. Updated. Well, it looks like I have ruined the AoE viewing experience once again. It's something I'm very good at. And I just closed that tab that I did not want to close. Oh, boy. That's gonna be popping up, and now that's gonna be popping up. Oh my goodness. It's all your fault, Saith. SMH. Like trash units and demands raging up? Yep, me too. Okay, so obviously nothing terribly impactful so far in this game. MbL is here with his skirmishers, so let's see maybe if he can get a bit of advantage. He has +1/+1. I'll obviously get the +1 defense for free. You do have these men-at-arms in here for Liereyy, but so far, this is likely going to be a fight that Liereyy will win sooner or later. But here's the thing, guys. Liereyy is with a fair bit of extra resources. He also has Horse Collar in, which is nice for his farms, and he's going to clean up all these units here for MbL. I mean, he just has a bunch of stuff that kills skirmishers. Oh my goodness, another really janky looking wall coming in. Oh man, this is all super janky looking. But MbL wants to go for war wagons, maybe. Huh. I mean, the thing is, everything Lierey's doing is very efficient. His resources are efficient, his unit control, the engagements he's taking. There is no real downside in terms of the sheer execution advantage here for Liereyy. Whereas MbL has a lot of inefficiency. He has more villagers on gold, he's not spending on resources with, he has villas on stone that he's not really spending a ton of resources on, and like Lierey's eco balance is almost perfect. It's actually pretty wild. Like, this is how Hera and Liereyy win games. Like, or how they win a lot of games. Eco balance and efficiency in the early game is very often game winning when it comes to the tippy top players. Typo in the title? Oh my goodness, it's official! Man, can I really do anything other than ruin Age of Empires? I don't think so. I think it's my sole purpose in life. Single, it's actually 2 wood lines. But yeah, Liereyy safe over here. He's expanding his walls, but he's only expanding his walls as he needs to much later. MbL's doing so much more aggressively. A different typo. What? Oh my goodness. Age of Empires literally going down the drain. AoE esports, the integrity is just plummeting, guys. But yeah, my big concern right now for MbL is just that everything he's doing is somewhat inefficient. Okay, he's also doing this. So he's going to go for Fire Lancers and Towers. And a Siege Push. There isn't anything inherently wrong with that. I still have the very real concern, though, that Georgians are just too tough of a civ to push. Having the monks, like, you have good monks, and you have the fortified churches. That's a tough combo. Also, your buildings cost fewer resources to repair. Like, that's just a lot of stuff that makes it hard to push. Anyway, Liereyy is just making trash units right now. And he's actually also going for a forward siege workshop. And this is the difference between Hera and Liereyy, right? Hera would have added a TC here. Lierey's adding in the siege workshop. Gambesons and Squires both on the way. Second barracks in this happy little nook. But obviously, Liereyy is mopping up everything. Now, we do have a defensive guard tower coming in here from MbL. He doesn't actually know about the forward siege workshop, but I guess he's worried about the units anyway. Regardless of the reason, this guard tower is going to be very well positioned. You have to be careful over here to the west, though. Oh, wow, like that one archer, I think, blocked the run-in. All right, where's the rocket cart? It's still taking a while to come out, and you got more monks on the way, too. Like, look at the score difference, guys. 400 in its military just because MbL's lost a gajillion skirmishers. But Lierey's ahead 800 resources. And he's taking extremely efficient fights. Oh, hey, this also happened. And is happening in the present tense. Meanwhile, oh my god, that didn't do anything. This is such a freaking disaster here for MbL. And this is Liereyy basically playing a perfectly efficient and meta game. And MbL just taking all of these inefficient... He's making all of these inefficient decisions to keep himself safe. And Liereyy is just bulldozing him anyway. And also being ahead in eco. This is extremely one-sided. Defensive siege workshops now in. MbL's eco is obviously a complete disaster right now. I mean, 16 kills to 43 deaths. Yeah, you don't want to be Koreans with 0 on wood, fun fact. I mean, you don't really want to be any civ with 0 on wood. At least past, like, the 7 villager mark. But Liereyy, behind all of this, is just going to be getting further and further ahead. Wasn't anything too fancy. I mean, it was just a forward siege workshop. MbL didn't really expect it. Bunch of units busted in. And then Liereyy was already, like I said, so far ahead from having a more efficient early game. Look at this, 2,000 more food ahead. And he's even ahead in wood collected. I'm not too sure what all that market usage is for. I mean, I guess a rocket cart's coming in, but you already have so much time to defend here as Liereyy. How do you turn this on, Bannister Esquire? I don't know.
How do you turn this on?
Thank you so much for the 39 months. Really, really appreciate it. I mean, this tower push has been delayed by like 10 plus minutes. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Okay, that was the first actual real major mistake from Liereyy. He lost 3 monks for free. That's actually, like... If the game weren't so horrendously over, that could be decisive, but the game is horrendously over. Other than that, Lierey's basically played a perfect game of Age of Empires. Now he's going light cav and cav archers, because that's what Georgians do. Remember, the outpost here is very well positioned for Liereyy. Like, she's got 30 seconds idle time. What the heck? With the extra TCs and everything? I mean, that's okay. That's fantastic. Okay, honestly, perfect micro from MbL there. That's another small mistake here from Liereyy. Okay, this probably doesn't matter then. Yeah, MbL was not prepared for the counterattack. A counterattack was launched. Now the Rams are coming in. More RAM is being downloaded. Now, you do want a defensive castle at this point as Liereyy, but I think you should be able to get one just fine. Ornlu, I don't quite have the talent for that, but yes, it's Lierey's fundamentals that are winning him the game for sure. Even getting last, like, all those little moments are cute from MbL that just really don't matter in the grand scheme of things. Only on one rocket. Like, if there were like 5+ rocket carts here, that'd be huge. Yikes. That is just a yikes game right there. I don't know how Lierey's eco is only 3% more efficient according to AoE, or at least according to Captrage. Like, that wasn't even remotely close. Like, look at this eco efficiency difference in the early game. Like, even before the 9-minute mark, Liereyy was already so far ahead. Now, the game wasn't won at the 9-minute mark, but basically Liereyy had a lead just from having cleaner early game. Because he didn't wall, and he went forward, whereas MbL did the not that. First pick Civ for each player. Liereyy with a very decisive win right there. Then I got Stranded and Zimbabwe. Now what we are going to do is, because we are respectful to the tournament host, we are going to make sure that we wait to go into game number 2 until T90 does. As much as I like killing AoE2 esports and any sense of fun and camaraderie, I guess I should be, you know, at least a little bit chill. All right, T90 got into the game, so let's get in ourselves, and we are on Zimbabwe. All right, guys, here we are, game number 2. There we go. We'll feature MbL in the gray as Dawe, here to da west of the map, and to the southeast in the green as the Malay. It will be Liereyy. So once again, 2 different approaches here to this map. We have the Way, which are the open map civ, and the Malay, which are the closed map civ. Nose map, water map, hybrid map, nomad map. They're also still quite good on open maps. But MbL doing something here. My first impressions? Very good. Now, I've only really explored the Mapuche in, like, a ton of detail. I've also only, like, done 2/3 of my Muiska intro, but so far everything's looking good. Haven't really had a chance to mess around with 2P yet, though. Well, gotta be careful here. Boom is coming in. Neither player has it in yet, as in it isn't in yet here for MbL, and he is going to go for the early villager kill Uh-oh. Now, unless there's some nonsense with quick walling that should never happen in Age of Empires, there you go. There's the early kill. And that is not what Liereyy wanted to do at the start of this game. And remember, even if MbL thinks that, okay, I'd have a rough time in this series against Liereyy, even getting one win on Zimbabwe would be great for his overall chances in the group. Oh, looks like he took some pain there to a crocodile. All right. Well, the scout is on lower HP, so you do have to be careful here as MbL. Liereyy also had that house denied, which is kind of unfortunate. 9 seconds idle time, also not ideal here for MbL, but, you know. It's okay. Lumber camp now coming in here for Liereyy. I mean, I think I had nothing too crazy so far. All of the extra hunt on this map is, well, extra, so you can still click up to Feudal Age, no problem, even without taking any of this extra food. I mean, you still kind of need it just to stay competitive with your opponent, but it's not like you're completely dead in the water if you, like, get lamed, so to say. Anyway, did MbL realize that this is happening? Yes! Well done here from Liereyy. Gonna be able to get the scout cavalry. Oh, the attempt of the high ground. It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground! Rip. Honestly, I kind of wish that aggroed animals wouldn't de-aggro if you tried to build a foundation. Like, if the animal wasn't aggroed onto you, then it would politely move out of the way, but if it was angry and attacking you, I kind of wish that that was the case. Because spamming foundations like that feels pretty lame. So, both players have lost a Vil at this point. MbL also lost his scout cavalry. MbL also a tiny bit of idle TC time. So, crocodile. I think the crocodile is actually, yeah, it's dealt a decent amount of damage over its long, illustrious career. Oh my goodness, and Lierey's gonna be getting even more food, isn't he? No, Liereyy technically lost the Vil to, or MbL technically lost the Vil to a boar. He got the kill on Lierey's, yeah. But I think the villager was blocked, if I recall correctly. Oh no! Oh, he did just lose the Vil! Oh no, that's awkward. That's really awkward. Because it was to the boar, it wasn't to the rhino. And the boars are the ones that spawn literally inside your walls. And now this is a thing that's happening, and that is really, really bad for MbL. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh no. Oh man, guys. How many extra animals has Liereyy over MbL at this point?
Baginda?
1920 safaris? Oh, feels bad, man.
Apa sasananya Baginda?
Alright. Feudal Age in here for Liereyy. Now, he's not close to Castle Age, so I'm kind of curious as to what he's doing. Maybe just like a little bit of a feudal boom, making sure he's not going to die to any super crazy aggression from MbL. The thing here for MbL is that he's away, and he's spending a ton of time in the Dark Age, which is a little concerning. As you're not getting any bonus whatsoever in the Dark Age as the Dawe. I mean, Liereyy hasn't even taken his boars yet,
Yeah.
and he still has another 300-ish food left. What? Who let you in? I didn't let you in. Dash. We'll go outside after I'm done. Have to be patient. Good boy. Anyway, it looks like MbL is going for just a market plus blacksmith, so no light cav or anything like that, at least as far as I can tell so far. Liereyy also with the market blacksmith, so, I mean, Liereyy can take the game in any direction he wants at this point. And the market and the blacksmith. I mean, Lierey's already on his way up to Castle Age, and he's going to get there super freaking fast as the Malay. Now, it actually could be said right now that Liereyy has so many vills on food because he has all this extra hunt that he's not going to have the wood he needs in Castle Age to do much of anything, and I think that's honestly pretty fair. He's going to hit Castle Age and not actually have that much in terms of resources. This is a lot of farms, though, without Horse Collar. Especially his way. I mean, Lierey's literally going to be 2 minutes faster to Castle Age, though. Liereyy also has both of his early eco upgrades here. He's adding in some houses to the back. And there are the eco upgrades just starting to come in here for MbL. He is on 2 lumber camps. Lierey's just on the 1, notably. Just going to add in the extra TC over here, no problemo. So what's the next step in your master plan, MbL? Now, he is going to be able to add 2 TCs immediately, so that is good for MbL. Liereyy already starting to get an early resource lead, though. Still no farms. And he's just going to go up to 3 TCs. Actually, where is MbL going to build the TCs? I guess you could send some of those foragers over there, but you kind of need the food income. Don't know about getting the stone mining upgrade. I mean, I guess you want the Vill out a little bit faster, but you also kind of want to get double, Bosaw rather, as soon as you hit Castle Age. Maybe buy some food. Okay, Vill's over there for the TC. Probably like another one over here then. Lierey's still going to be faster in doing so, though. It is true, both of these civs have a very silly eco. Okay, it's just going on the other side. MbL also going to be going up to 3 TCs. Liereyy already has a Vill lead, though. Now, the issue for Liereyy is his food income isn't going to be the best at the moment. He really was quite late in the farming because he had so much extra hunt. Dash, I'm working right now. Do not give me that corgi stare. I guess you will not be denied, guys. Hold on. What is a guy supposed to do, man? How are there still even 116 people watching? You guys are insane. Anyway. Looks like MbL's kind of dead. Here he has such a huge eco lead, holy cow. And I say if MbL wins this game, it's because Wei are a stupid civilization. I'll be honest. Now, the petard bust is nice, but he still could have come in over here. And you have to be really careful, because those tiger calves could get powered up very quickly. Really, we're adding in another TC to the south. This eco's so safe. I mean, Liereyy doesn't have much of an army. And he kind of needs to do something here because he doesn't have much left in terms of resources. Like, he kind of needs to kill right now. Meanwhile, MbL's going to try and swamp his opponent with pure Castle Age. With Tiger Cav and with the Xianbei Raiders. And it is possible. You still have 6 Pierce Armor for your Tiger Cav, so right now, these archers, they are only dealing, 3 damage? Which is, at this point, a fair bit, but it's not like you have 50 archers right now. Pikemen, of course, will be huge. They also don't cost gold. MbL is going to be getting ready for another castle at this moment. Because Liereyy hasn't really secured any of the resources on the side, it is possible, I'd say. Now, if his unique unit wasn't as silly as it is probably much harder, but what's happening right now is these Tiger Cav are getting absolutely swole. Like, look at this. Their health bars are literally going outside of their health bars. Look at this. It's literally going past the ending. All right. Tread push happening here. What? Oh my goodness. Halb is coming in. Again, Liereyy is basically out of gold at this point. All he has is a little bit left to the south. Oh, he also has 3 relics. Go on. Yeah. Oh. Guess it's time to play Stick 2. Alright, that's going to be a lot of Halb. Oh, now we are just filled with energy. The crazy thing is, The crazy thing is that usually going for the fast imp approach means you're behind in eco relative to the guy who's sticking in Castle Age, but it's the opposite for Liereyy. He's ahead in tech and he's ahead in economy. Yeah, that castle's gonna go down. House. The relics are also pretty big here. Castle falls. I mean, again, you are basically out of gold. But the free armor upgrades for the halves are huge. And because you have the better eco, you can really just win with trash units. Oh boy. Workout? Yeah. Today's supposed to be my day off of working out. I would feel a bit better if MbL had hand card, I will say. But like I said, literally 0 gold right now for Liereyy. Okay, if he can secure those, that's probably enough to win him the game. I think. Wait a minute. No, MbL is dead. He can't even take fights against this army of trash units. Oh, jeez. Again, that shouldn't be a thing. Going for the fast imp and having the stronger eco like that. But remember, Liereyy had way more food to begin with. I mean, if Liereyy gets a 3-0 here, he's going to be pretty darn close to, I think, getting first place in the group. Please don't bark at me, Dash. Hey. Go. Hey. Hey, go. Oh, boy. Hey. Go. Ugh. Honestly, I think Stranded's going to be really rough for MbL. Look at this dog. Now we're very happy. All right, looks like we're getting into game number 3. But yeah, if MbL wasn't close on the Arabia map, if MbL wasn't close on the Clowny map, I feel like the aggressive hybrid map is not going to really do him any favors, but we'll have to see here. We will have to see.
什么？喂，准备就绪。
All right, TC over there. Wait a minute. No, Liereyy green, MbL gray. Dash. Where is Stick, Dash? Where is Stick? Where did Stick go? Go get Stick. No, that's not getting... Now I'm standing up. What does this mean? I'm just standing, and now he's like, okay, I am content. Oh my goodness. Okay, Liereyy Japanese, MbL the U. Looks like MbL prioritized getting a dock down before the TC. Yeah, I didn't have a Vil gathering food, so yeah, MbL's gonna be slightly ahead in food collected.
什么？
But at least early on, but he's gonna be behind in villager numbers, and I feel like it's generally better to be ahead in villager numbers. Like, unless he also gets like extra fishing ships out or something. I don't know. Because how far ahead is... Yeah, he's just over a villager ahead. And he's also... Okay, this... Literally, guys, this game is probably close to over. Because MbL is having a significantly worse Dark Age.
何主命令？
Unfortunately, I was dealing with a corgi, so I don't know exactly what happened. Well, I mean, it's very literally Lierey's is 3 Vils ahead right now. Like if this wasn't, you know, P90 also casting the game, and you know, I don't want to spoil things, like we could probably just fast forward ahead at this point. Like that's how one-sided this early game is.
喂，
Technically, Ornlu, Liereyy has 2 more seconds of idle TC time, so it's still good for MbL. Oh my goodness, 3 seconds, it's all over. It's all ogre. Ornlu. Is it your favorite caster, Ornlu? The corgi is now departing. The dog had enough idle time, yeah. All right. Oh, Grubby and Bonjour. I don't know who Bonjour is. Who's Bonjour? That's a Korean term. But apparently they have like a gajillion viewers. There are 13,000 people watching right now. And literally they're almost all exactly on 3 streams. Oh. Then why don't I know them? Maybe they're like a newer StarCraft person. Oh, wait, if they're German, then I probably wouldn't know them. I didn't follow European StarCraft really much. I was just usually following NA and KR. But are they like German language? Nani? Well, MbL is basically just straight up behind. StarCraft 2, ah. Show match gaming. Good gaming. Cleans up to an AoE 2. Oh boy. Well, it is 4 militia and 2 villagers here for MbL, but I mean, he's got his work cut out for him, man. Again, without a single drop of blood, Liereyy is very far ahead. Like, probably irrevocably far ahead. Bidax, I guess Bidax isn't yet coming in here for Liereyy. He is getting an archery range faster. 9 Japanese fishing ships. I mean, MbL is on 2 docks. But look at this. The tower isn't even going to be as effective as you'd like it to be because it can't range these vills over here. Two fire galleys on the way, an archer, and an extra men-at-arm as well. Where are these men-at-arms, actually? What are these men-at... He didn't scout his opponent. How did Liereyy have such a perfect early game and he literally never scouted his opponent? What the heck? Oh my goodness. Alright, MbL is now trying to go over to stone, trying to make the game messy, but big yikes. Help scout his opponent, yeah, for sure. You do have that HP regeneration. Okay, that's a little bit of the S word from Liereyy. Again, I know I don't like to throw around the S word, but Liereyy somehow had a perfect Dark Age and has had a complete disaster Feudal Age. What the heck? This is so bizarre. I mean, the thing is, Lierey's still probably close to irrevocably far ahead because having that much better of a Dark Age is usually game-winning. Liereyy also has 7 swordsmen, and they're, like, not really doing a whole lot. See, where the heck? What on earth is Liereyy doing? How do you have that many swordsmen and not... I literally don't even know where they all are. He still has 4 more fishing ships. He's got more fire ships. I mean, they have the same number total, but more right here. Another tower incoming. Liereyy has not built a defensive one yet. Oh, they are in the barracks. Oh, okay. Well, I guess he's just waiting for his opportunity here. And MbL didn't fully wall in that tower, so I think. Okay, I guess he's fine. He is fine. Well, you need to pay attention over here. He's even going to have +1 infantry defense coming in. The Japanese swordsmen do beat the Wu swordsmen. Japanese swordsmen are still the best pound for pound. I mean, okay. Oh. This is going about as reasonably well for MbL as you could ask for, and yet he's so far behind in eco, it really just does not matter, man. I feel like Hera and Liereyy, I'm always casting them, and it's like, oh wow, X and X happened, and it literally doesn't matter because the game has already been over for a very long time. Alright, back over here. Now Lierey's got a fire ship advantage. He's completely cleaned up MbL's forward. He has not lost a single villager. He is 1,000 resources ahead. I mean, technically he has a negative KD, and MbL is ahead in res destroyed, but he's so far behind in res collected, as these 9 Japanese fishing ships have just not stopped working. Market now coming in here for Liereyy, and Liereyy didn't even build a defensive tower. Like, that's crazy. He just defended that with pure units. And I guess that is, to be fair, a very Liereyy thing to do, but still, that's wild that he's able to accomplish that. Defensive tower here for MbL, and he is about ready to click up to Castle Age, to be fair. I mean, Liereyy invested a lot into army, and maybe it would have been better just to build a defensive tower instead of making so many swordsmen. What are those bills doing? I do not know. Anyway, the power of the market will not likely be gainsaid here, and Liereyy should be clicking up very soon. Anyway, also, I guess maybe part of Lierey's thinking here, which I could totally get behind, is just that he has swordsmen to deal with a potential John swordsman switch. Lierey's literally docking all the way around the map. He's just got so much extra food. I guess he's mostly just with the wood and gold lead, though. Actually, what's MbL's mid-game plan here? Maybe go for Warg Alley? Maybe try and sail right down Warg Alley? MbL will win this. I don't know why he pulled back there. He literally was going to win that. Oh, wow. Actually, MbL got a couple... Guys, why is this game so weird? Okay, now Lierey's going to try and switch into Cav. Hello, the Gigagrajith. I am not a dog. I am a human. Or a wolf. Whichever one you feel like. Crossbowman coming in, and some Guang Cav as well. Kind of wish he was sailing down Warg Alley, though. Because I don't think you're winning this game without winning water. But now you have no food income. Maybe he was just thinking of cleaning up all the garbage that's at the front of his base, which, I mean, is fair. But, I mean, disastrous food income right now. Medium warships? Nope, I mean Warg Alley for the next little bit. Chain barding armor immediately coming in. It's like the units that have no upgrades versus the ones that are literally just getting inexpensive Castle Age upgrades. 4 fire galleys versus 2, but we have a bunch more on the way. And now we're at 10 Japanese fishing ships that have been working this entire game. Bowsaw coming in as well. I don't know, guys. I just don't know. Man, people really like forcing these knights / Eggwon Cav out in like early Castle Age and try and go for a counterattack, and then they do like nothing. A nose job? Definitely not. Okay, now War Galley's coming in, but it's also coming in for Liereyy, so it's not like you have a timing advantage. In fact, you're at a timing disadvantage right there. And despite what the score says, this game has never really felt especially close. I guess if at first you don't succeed, Tower Rush again? Lierey's only on 1 stable. It's still probably fine. No, bloodlines. Oh, well, of course, just as I say that. Attempted reaction there from Liereyy, but obviously too little too late. I think some more fishing ships have gone down. Like, again, literally, have any of these fishing ships taken damage? Nope. Lierey's had 9 to 10 Japanese fishing ships working all game, and they haven't taken a single hit point of damage. Second stable coming in. Yeah, you probably need that one. The Red Bull? Check Liquipedia, my man. I think April. Not my event. Not my job to care. Well, that was basically perfect there from Liereyy. It's whatever you want it to be. I don't know. Hard. I mean, streaming itself is very, very simple. But it's a matter of if you're trying to actually build a stream and community, that's very hard. Anyway, yeah, that was an incredibly like, that series was basically as one-sided as the last series. Unfortunately there for Mibbles. Anyway, guys, that is going to be it for today. I still have plenty of work to do with all the other stuff and things. But yeah, Mapuche video out tomorrow. And what else? Oh yeah, the other civs will be afterwards. All right, thanks guys. See you next time.